Chapter 888. The third update has been delivered. I didn't go back on my word. Brothers with monthly votes, please help me. Heavenly Human Tribe? Could it be one of the 100 ancient tribes? Di Shitian asked in confusion. Heavenly Human Tribe? Didn't the Heavenly Human Tribe go extinct in the ancient times? Why would they appear here? There's still a Heavenly Human Tribe. This is unbelievable. Lunatic Di, the Heavenly Human Tribe is indeed one of the 100 ancient tribes. In fact, in the ancient times, there were far more than just the 100 tribes in the world. However, some tribes were exterminated due to various reasons. They were exterminated. It's said that the Heavenly Human Tribe has been exterminated. Yes. I knew it. With the Heavenly Human Tribe's ability, how could they be exterminated? They could definitely avoid the disaster. They could reproduce. Ming's eyes lit up as if she suddenly thought of something. She seemed to have come to a sudden realization. Knowing Di Shitian's doubts, he immediately began to explain excitedly. The Celestial Clan, in the current world, was already a rather ancient name. Probably not many people remembered it, because in the ancient times, no traces of them could be found in the myriad of worlds. They had disappeared without a trace. However, they were very famous back then. Legend has it that in the world, the Heavenly Tao was supreme and contained 3,000 great Taos. However, the Heavenly Tao wasn't illusory. It could also give birth to a type of life. However, the Heavenly Tao was originally fair. It was fair and impartial, and it was clear when it rewarded and punished. However, once there was life, it would give birth to desire. With desire, it would no longer be selfless and fair. It would be a disaster for the world. The moment the Heavenly Tao gave birth to life, the will of the world immediately launched a destructive attack on it. It destroyed the newborn Heavenly Tao. The will of the world existed since the birth of the Source Continent. It represented the will of the entire world and the will of all living beings. The Heavenly Tao was only born from the 3,000 great Taos. It was like the sun of the world. If the world wanted to destroy it, it could not stop it at all. It was killed on the spot. However, after the Heavenly Tao fell, its body split and evolved into the legendary Heavenly Punishment Tribe, the most powerful tribe in charge of heavenly punishment. The Heavenly Tao essence blood within his body scattered everywhere, giving birth to the celestial race. This was the origin of the Celestial Tribe. Moreover, because the Celestial Tribe had obtained the blood of the Heavenly Tao, they were born with the ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity. They were extremely sensitive to good and bad luck. She could see fortune and misfortune. He could predict the good or bad luck of others. The Heavenly Human Tribe was good at divination. Every calculation was accurate. When they were at their peak, their status in the origin continent was unimaginably high. Later on, due to an unforeseen event, he suffered a great calamity and never appeared again. Everyone thought that he had died, but who would have thought that they would meet here? If it wasn't for the fact that Ming was knowledgeable and experienced, she probably wouldn't have been able to restrain herself from coming over. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe had a rather obvious characteristic. No matter how powerful they were or how much they cultivated, their height would never exceed 1 meter. He looked just like a child. Seek luck and avoid calamity. Di Shitian instantly reacted and immediately understood how powerful this talent was in the world. This meant that as long as one was careful and cautious, it would be difficult for one to die. They are able to seek fortune and avoid calamity, and in this Heaven's Gate forbidden grounds, it just so happens that danger and opportunity are connected. With their miraculous innate ability, it is extremely easy for them to find those Heaven's Gate that are not dangerous. If I can follow behind them, wouldn't I no longer have to worry about the dangers in this Heaven's Gate forbidden grounds? Realizing the value of these 3 celestial race members, Di Shitian was almost ecstatic. This was a pie that fell from the sky. If he grabbed hold of them tightly, he would have a chance to find the Real Heavenly Gate. TSK, this is an opportunity that one can't even ask for. The Heavenly Gate forbidden land is a dangerous place for others, but for the celestial race, it's as easy as walking on flat ground. I must grasp it tightly. I might be able to find their clan's land. If I can subdue them, that would be even more perfect. The power of the demon city will increase again. Dark's eyes kept flashing. Indeed, with the celestial race's ability to seek luck and avoid calamity, they were like fish in water in the heavenly gate forbidden land. Relying on this natural barrier, all disasters could not affect them. It was the most suitable place for the celestial race to gather in the world. Di Shitian did not immediately reveal himself. Instead, he hid in the air and quietly looked at the three celestial race youths. Each of them had the combat power of an ancient demon saint. In addition, he did not reveal the slightest killing intent. With their talent of seeking luck and avoiding calamity, they could not detect the existence of others in the dark. Brother Heavenly Flame, there is a 7-colored divine brilliance on that barren cliff. It should be a holy enlightenment fruit on the holy enlightenment tree that has ripened. I don't know how many there are. If there are 4, it would be great. We can just gather 9 and refine a furnace of heaven evasion holy pill for the Great Elder. This way, the Great Elder won't die. A baby-faced girl, Tianru said excitedly. Yes, the Great Elder has protected our celestial race for so many years. This time, he is injured because of our race. No matter what, we have to find Qi Ling essence and refine the clan's most precious treasure, the heaven evasion holy pill. Another pretty girl nodded and said. Her name was Tian Xiu. Looking at the innocence and immaturity on their bodies, it was obvious that they had not experienced much. Yes, this holy enlightenment fruit is one of the main ingredients to refine the heaven evasion holy pill. However, it required 9 fruits. Normally, each tree of enlightenment would produce a different number of holy fruits. It could be 1, or it could be 3. Let's go up and take a look first. Heavenly Flame had a trace of steadiness. He quickly led the 2 girls up the barren cliff. On the barren cliff, there was a crystal-like holy tree that was as tall as a person. It was shining with 7-colored divine brilliance. There were mysterious patterns on the tree. It exuded the charm of the great Tao. It did not look like a tree, but a perfect work of art. On the tree, there were 2 fist-sized holy fruits in the shape of a human child. They exuded a sacred aura. The fragrance they exuded made people feel that their ears were sharp and their eyes were sharp. 2. Tianru and Tian Xiu cheered when they saw the holy fruits on the tree. They immediately stepped forward with a jade box in each hand. It was a psychic jade box. Carefully, they placed the 2 holy enlightenment fruits into one of the jade boxes. That's great, we've already found 5. For more and we can go back. Tian Xiu's face was flushed red as she let out a cheerful laugh. I remember there are still 9 places with holy enlightenment trees. Let's go and see if there are any new holy fruits. Heavenly Flame also showed a smile, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. The 3 of them did not continue to stay in this space. They quickly left the desolate cliff and walked into the gate of heaven's projection that stood in the void. Di Shitian turned invisible and landed on the cliff. With a wave of his hand, the entire holy enlightenment tree was sucked into his inner world and quickly planted. His footsteps didn't stop as he followed closely behind the 3 celestials. With Di Shitian's cultivation and his seamless magic, Heavenly Flame and the other 2 were only ancient demon sages. They couldn't sense that someone was following them. Moreover, they didn't have much vigilance. It was as if they didn't care about the dangers around them. Even if there was danger, they would be able to sense it in advance. There's definitely no danger if we follow them. Dark stared closely at the 3 celestials. Swish. After entering the heavenly gate projection, in the blink of an eye, his figure flashed and he walked out of that space. At the same time, there were 4 similar gate of heaven projections around them. Not only Di Shitian, but Diu and Heavenly Flame were also surrounded by these 4 gate of heaven projections. However, Di Shitian was still invisible and didn't let them detect him. Heavenly Flame, Tian Xiu, and Tianru stood in front of the east, west, and south gates respectively. The blurry Tai Chi mark between their brows spun strangely at a speed visible to the naked eye and glowed. There were 2 fish eyes in the yin-yang gate. The fish eyes in the Tai Chi mark between Heavenly Flame's brows shot out a dense blood-red light. Great calamity. Heavenly Flame's expression changed slightly. He quickly moved away from the east gate of heaven and turned towards the north gate of heaven. Tian Xiu-er, who was in front of the west gate, shot out a weak red light. Little calamity. She also immediately left the gate of heaven. Great calamity. Tian Ru-er, who was in front of the south gate, also shot out an extremely dense blood-red light. That was a sign of great calamity. Naturally, she quickly left. Little g. And in front of the north gate of heaven, Heavenly Flame sensed again. In the fish eyes of his yin-yang gate, there was a faint purple light. From the gate, there was a comfortable aura. Let's go this way. There shouldn't be too much danger in the north gate. Maybe we can pick some spirit herbs. Maybe we can find some treasures. Let's go in. Heavenly Flame said confidently and stepped into the north gate. Tian Xiu-er and Tian Ru-er immediately followed. The red light is ominous, and the purple light is auspicious. It turns out that the mark between their brows has such a wonderful ability. It's simply heaven-defying. Di Shitian watched them enter and took a deep breath in his heart. For the first time, he understood the means of the celestial race. It was indeed extraordinary. Glancing at the east, west, and south gates, he secretly exclaimed, "This gate of heaven is really fierce." There were great calamities in both gates, and one was a small calamity. If they broke in, they would be seriously injured. Quick! Follow them quickly, don't lose them. This is the best talisman. Dark immediately urged, for fear that he would lose the 3 celestial race members. If he lost them, he would cry to death. In this place, there was nothing better than following the celestial race. Yes, looking for opportunities is secondary. Finding the gate of heaven is the most important thing. With the ability of the celestial race, their residence must be in the depths of the forbidden land. It is the closest to the Real Gate of Heaven. Without any hesitation, Sakura entered the northern heavenly gate and disappeared. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. I support the author, and I support the original readers. Chapter 890. The Celestial Clan was indeed worthy of their magical talent of seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity. In this dangerous forbidden area of Heaven's Gate, Di Shitian naturally firmly grasped this rare amulet and hung behind Heavenly's back. Sure enough, after several consecutive trips through the Gate of Heaven, they didn't encounter any great danger at all. In the blink of an eye, they broke into the 3rd layer of the Gate of Heaven. There were no less than dozens of space shuttling through. They never noticed it at all. At this moment, in the 18th layer of the Gate of Heaven. Similarly, there were countless identical heavenly gates standing in all directions. They were so densely packed that one could not see the end of them. Whoosh! At this moment, in the middle of the countless gates of heaven, a divine light flashed quickly. The light dissipated, and in an open space, a figure suddenly appeared. It could be seen that this person's face was like dead wood, with countless bark-like wrinkles on his face. His whole body was like a deadwood pole, slender and incomparably slender. His whole body was covered in a light blue robe. That robe was not simple, it was made of precious 10,000-year-old snow silkworm silk, invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. The withered twig-like hair on his head was bound by a wooden hairpin. Above his head hung a strange picture scroll. In his hand was a withered staff, and on his waist was a colorful Qiankuan bag. After he appeared, he glanced around and let out a strange cry, "I have great luck that ordinary people don't have. Who would have thought that I would still have the opportunity to enter the Heaven Gate Forbidden Land after my body was shattered by the tombstone of the divine tomb back then and was sucked into it?" Like I said, in ancient times, this monarch was also a famous figure. Walking in the mountains, I could come across a senior's abode. Flying in the sky, I could come across an ownerless treasure. How could I fall so easily? My good fortune has finally returned. This Heaven's Gate forbidden area may be a forbidden area to others, but to me, it is an inexhaustible treasure. The strange person who had suddenly appeared glanced at the 4 heavenly gates around him. With a flash of light in his hand, a purple compass appeared. In this compass, there were 3 pointers of different lengths. After the compass appeared, the 3 pointers inside pointed to the position of the east gate of heaven. Without even thinking, the eccentric immediately turned and rushed into the east heaven's gate. Although there was no expression on his face, one could see the excitement in his eyes. He was not afraid of entering the heavenly gate forbidden land. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It gave off a strange feeling. As expected, the celestial race is extremely sensitive when it comes to searching for natural treasures. Every time I go to an unfamiliar place, I can find all kinds of precious spirit items at the fastest speed. Dark exclaimed as he looked at Heavenly and the others who were picking the 7-leaf Ganoderma lucidum on a cliff. It's not a good idea to follow them in secret. I have to think of a way to get to know them. Sakura realized that if he were to follow closely like this, it wasn't a good thing and it wasn't the best method. If he could become acquainted with them, not only would he be able to earn the friendship of the heavenly human tribe, but he would also be able to obtain all types of spirit items and supreme treasures. He might be able to persuade them to lead him to the Real Heavenly Gate. The celestial race has the ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity, but their nature is very simple. However, they are extremely wary of the outside world. If you go out rashly, I'm afraid you will scare them away, and it will be difficult to gain their trust. Once that happens, you may lose this rare amulet. This forbidden land is too dangerous. Of the 4 heavenly gates, only one is not dangerous at any time. The others are all very dangerous. Without them leading the way, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Dark hurriedly persuaded. He didn't want to suffer any disasters for no reason. No hurry. Indra fell into deep thought. From the conversation between Heavenly and the others, he had faintly guessed that something big must have happened in the Celestial clan. At the very least, their great elder was about to face some kind of terrible disaster. Once he couldn't cross it, he would be annihilated. That's why he came out to search for spirit items, preparing to refine the Heaven Evasion Holy Pill. If that's the case, it's not impossible to use this matter to get close to the celestial race, and even bring them into the embrace of the demon race. Thinking secretly in his heart, it didn't take long for him to come up with a complete plan. However, in this plan, he needed the most critical time to get close to them without being rejected, and to gain their trust. No hurry. Di Shitian didn't act rashly. From the beginning to the end, he quietly followed behind them. Constantly passing through the heavenly gates, they arrived at the 18th layer of the Forbidden Land in the blink of an eye. Along the way, Di Shitian completely widened his horizons. Each space was almost different. In each space, the size was different, and some had all kinds of terrible beasts. There were all kinds of poisons, disasters, storms. There was an underwater space full of water. There was a flame space full of volcanoes. And so on. They were all different. However, there was one thing in common. Following behind Heavenly and Tian Xiu, even if there was danger in these spaces, the danger wouldn't be too big. Even with Heavenly and the others' strength, they could solve it one by one. Among them, in some spaces, there was no lack of a large number of demon race. They could also see humans and other kinds of strange beasts. Come, let's go in. There should be a holy enlightenment fruit here. If there's one more, we'll have all of them. Heavenly led the way into a heavenly gate. Big Brother Yang, look, there's a 7-colored light on the mountain peak. Tian Xiu blinked her eyes and said excitedly, "It must be the light emitted by the holy enlightenment fruit." Tian Rua said with a red face. This time, they appeared in a strange desert. There was yellow sand everywhere, and it was extremely hot. At a glance, they couldn't see the end of it. However, in this desert, there was a huge mountain that stood alone. It looked unusually conspicuous. When Heavenly and the others appeared, there was a flash of 7-colored light on the mountain peak. It was exactly the same as the light emitted by the holy enlightenment fruit. Heavenly and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed and quickly rushed to the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the mountain peak. It's really the holy enlightenment fruit. There are actually 6 of them. This is great. Heavenly couldn't help but laugh. He immediately took out the psychic jade box and was about to walk towards the holy enlightenment tree growing on the mountain peak. Tian Xiu and Tian Ru looked at him excitedly. Swish. However, it was at this moment that the void suddenly distorted and a huge scroll appeared out of thin air. The scroll then quickly rolled towards Heavenly's trio. This scroll was too fast and came too suddenly. There was no time to react at all. In an instant, all of them were rolled into the scroll. TSK, I'm really lucky to be able to meet the Celestial clan here. With them in my hands, I can do whatever I want in this heavenly gate forbidden land. In the void, a wave of ripples spread out. With a flash of light, a strange person with a body like a dead tree appeared on a black praying mat. He stretched out his strange withered branch-like hand and grabbed forward. The huge scroll immediately shrank and returned to the top of his head. Heavenly, Tian Xiu and Tian Ru from before had completely disappeared. Looking at his expression, he seemed unusually happy and excited. He clicked his tongue and laughed strangely. He looked at the holy enlightenment tree and slyly said, "With this holy enlightenment fruit as bait, the harvest is indeed huge. This is really a great place to ambush and ambush. There are many races living in this heavenly gate forbidden land. This time, I can meet the Celestial clan, maybe I can also meet the Five Elements Fairy clan. These two races are fighting, maybe I can get a great benefit from it." After saying that, he glanced around and immediately urged the praying mat under his feet. The entire praying mat was connected to the void, concealing his aura in the slightest. It was strangely hidden in mid-air without the slightest sound. Even with divine sense, one couldn't detect the slightest trace. Master Ku Rong? He's not dead. In the distant mid-air, Lord Sakra was hiding his tracks and following Heavenly's group into this place. However, he was half a step slower than the rest. When he came in, it was just in time to see Heavenly's group being sucked into the painting scroll. However, the next scene was far beyond his expectations. The moment he saw the strange person who looked like a dead tree, Di Shitian's heart surged with waves as he recognized his identity on the spot. It was Master Ku Rong who tried to rob Chen Shi in the Southern Barbarian. Wasn't he crushed to death by the tombstone of the Divine Tomb in the Myriad Demon Valley? How could he appear here? His cultivation has strangely entered the ancient heavenly demon realm. He's not dead. Di Shitian clearly remembered the scene when Master Ku Rong fell. The wood spirit bead on the 7 sins was obtained from him. Bah, Master Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong, damn it, so this guy is the unkillable Master Ku Rong. I thought he had already fallen in ancient times. I didn't expect him to survive and change his name to Master Ku Rong. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have recognized him. Dark carefully looked at Master Ku Rong a few times, his dragon eyes suddenly opened wide, and then cursed with bad luck. Master Ku Rong? Di Shitian was slightly stunned and could not help but ask in confusion. Wasn't this guy hunted down by the chaotic ape king and beaten to death back then? I didn't expect him to live until now. This kind of unkillable guy is the most difficult to deal with. Lunatic Di, you have to be careful. This guy is very sinister and cunning. Dark shook his head and shouted. He had never seen Master Ku Rong with his own eyes before, but this time, he recognized him completely. Hiding in the dark and sneaking up on him. He really lives up to your evaluation of him as sinister and cunning. Dark, is this guy also an expert from ancient times? Also, what's with the unkillable Master Ku Rong? Di Shitian did not act rashly. Instead, he immediately asked Dark about Master Ku Rong's origin. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 891. I'm running out of monthly tickets. Brothers, those who have monthly tickets, please help me. Ming gritted his teeth and told the true background of perfected Lord Ku Rong. It turned out that in ancient times, just like now, the opening of the 3 rolls and 1 chart immediately stirred up countless battles. A large number of peerless paragons fought fiercely to get on the rolls. It was also the era of dragons and snakes. Countless paragons emerged and became kings and emperors, becoming unparalleled experts. Perfected Lord Kurong was an unknown tree that turned into a spirit. He cultivated the strange cultivation technique, Withered Glory 9 transformations, but he did not think of himself as a demon. He was like an independent warrior. For some reason, he seemed to have a strange luck. He was so lucky that he could find treasures just by walking. He was blessed by the heavens and was so lucky that it made one's hair stand on end. He could find the ancient cave abodes of his ancestors when he walked into the mountains. He could find treasures just by strolling around casually. There were countless spirit essences. All sorts of treasures were fighting to get in front of him. That scene would make any paragons jealous. Furthermore, his cultivation speed was so fast and smooth that it was enough to make one vomit blood. He was more of a genius than a genius and a monster than a demon. When such a scene spread, it naturally made many peerless paragons jealous and they secretly tried to kill him. However, the strange thing was that even if those paragons were stronger than perfected Lord Kurong, even if they beat him to the brink of death, even if he died on the spot, even if his physical body and essence spirit were reduced to dust, he could not be any more dead. However, the strange thing was that after a period of time, he would pop out of nowhere again. Not only did he not die, but his cultivation would also increase tremendously and become even more terrifying. It was fine if it happened once. However, it happened twice, thrice, and 4 times. Almost every time it was confirmed that he was killed, he would pop out again after a period of time. He had no idea how he had managed to avoid death. He was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Back then, he was ranked on the 3 rolls and 1 chart. He had received the title of the Undying Kurong King. However, just as he was about to become a peerless expert, he provoked the Ape King of Chaos, who chased after him for 7 days and 7 nights and killed him. Moreover, he was killed a total of 49 times before he completely disappeared. In ancient times, almost all the cultivators believed that the Kurong King had completely fallen and could not be resurrected. He was one of the most evil figures in the ancient times. No matter how they beat them, they just wouldn't die. If they were beaten to death today, they would crawl out of nowhere tomorrow. It was strangely tight. However, when he disappeared without a trace, even Ming thought that he had completely fallen. He didn't expect to see him here again. From the looks of it, he was involved in the business of robbery. Kurong King? True Lord Kurong? It seemed that when he was hunted down all those years ago, he must have suffered a heavy injury that was difficult to erase. When he was in the southern wilderness all those years ago, it should have been when he had just awoken and was at his weakest. An unkillable cockroach? I don't believe it. After listening to Ming's introduction, Di Shitian became cautious, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, a strong fighting spirit emerged in his heart. Unkillable? There was no such thing as absolute immortality in this world. It was just that he had not found his weakness yet. So what if he was unkillable? He really wanted to see it. Hihi, lunatic Di, judging from True Lord Kurong's appearance, I'm afraid that he has accumulated a lot of good things again. Back in ancient times, this guy was a moving treasure trove. His luck is heaven-defying, so he must have plundered a lot of good things in the Heavenly Gate Forbidden area. If I can trick him, I'll be rich. A cunning look appeared at the corner of Ming's eyes. I have the same intention, Di Shitian said without hiding anything. Back then, True Lord Kurong wanted to attack Chen Shi when they first met. The second time, he even targeted the entire Myriad Demon Valley. This time, he even kidnapped the Celestial Clan. No matter how one looked at it, there was no reason for True Lord Kurong to let him off. There were only 2 paths for such an unkillable guy. One was to subdue him, and the other was to trample him to death. Subdue him? He did not even think about that. This guy was extremely cunning and could not be killed. He would definitely not submit easily. Then, there was only the second path. Even if he could not kill him, he had to beat him to the point that he would run away whenever he saw him. I'll collect the interest first. Di Shitian looked calmly at the void where True Lord Kurong was hiding. A purple light flickered between his brows as he released the illusion breaker power. Instantly, the hidden figure appeared clearly in his eyes. True Lord Kurong really intended to use the holy enlightenment fruit to ambush here. He sat cross-legged on the futon and made use of the mysterious ability of the futon to hide his presence. Just like that, he sat cross-legged in the void. A mysterious picture scroll unfolded above his head continuously. The picture scroll showed the scenery of mountains and rivers as though there was a vast landscape in it. Various scenes flashed from the picture scroll continuously. Di Shitian looked at True Lord Kurong with a cold smile. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at the void in a strange way. Extreme Emperor Creation Palm, stealing the sky and sun. When he looked again, he saw that the withering staff that True Lord Kurong had placed horizontally in front of his knees had disappeared silently. In its place was a sand staff formed by yellow sand. The withering staff actually contains the will of life and death of withering glory. This is a supreme treasure. I wonder what kind of sacred tree was used to refine it. It's indeed a good treasure. I'll kindly accept it. An ancient wooden staff suddenly appeared in Di Shitian's right hand that was grabbing at the void. He sized it up and nodded slightly. Without thinking, he immediately sent it into his inner world and suppressed it with the bell of heaven's reincarnation. The light of reincarnation brushed back and forth on the wooden staff rapidly. Stealing the sky and sun was simply a supreme skill in the world. When it was performed by Di Shitian, it was even more skillful and accurate. Even True Lord Kurong himself did not react immediately when his withering staff was stolen. However, True Lord Kurong was not an ordinary person after all. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked in front of his knees. His face turned green when he saw it. Sand staff. His withering staff had turned into a sand staff. Sand staff. To hell with your **T sand staff. Where's my withering staff? My withering staff. Which bastard is it? How dare he steal my withering staff? Come out, get out here. True Lord Kurong's face, which was originally like a dead tree, suddenly changed color. It was green, white, and red. It was a terrifying scene. He suddenly stood up and grabbed the sand staff. The sand staff could not withstand his force and scattered in all directions. It turned into yellow sand and fell through his fingers. Looking at the yellow sand, he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He looked up and howled miserably. The withered flourishing staff was a treasure that had been with him since ancient times. It was gone just like that. He could not sense any aura of the withering staff at all. Who is it? Which damned bastard stole my staff? Treasure trap formation? Sky pilfering claw? Or is it that damned old thief from ancient times? I hate him. True Lord Kurong's heart was stabbed dozens of times. It was so painful. Needless to say, his mind was spinning crazily, thinking about who could steal his treasure without him noticing at all. Heartache. Then I'll make it even more painful for you. Di Shitian had a flawless disguise. Coupled with his concealment technique, as long as he did not reveal himself, no one would be able to find him. Extreme Emperor Creation Palm, stealing the sky and sun. I'll steal it again. Without a sound, the Chenkuan bag that was hanging on True Lord Kurong's waist suddenly appeared in Di Shitian's hand. What replaced it was a yellow sand bag. A Chenkuan bag that contains the universe and can store the sun and the moon. It's good stuff. I can give it to my daughter as a gift. Di Shitian glanced at the Chenkuan bag and was very satisfied with it. He threw it into his inner world. Fart. Di Shitian was satisfied, but True Lord Kurong vomited blood. His face that was originally colorless turned red. He was holding the yellow sandbag in his hand. He looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He lamented, my Chenkuan bag, my Chenkuan bag. More than half of my wealth is in there. You deserve to die. It's not enough that you stole my Kurong staff, you even stole my Chenkuan bag. I curse you to have no anus when you give birth to children. Choke to death while drinking water. Fall into traps while walking. Be struck by lightning while flying. Who is it? Who is it? Come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. True Lord Kurong was so angry that his eyes turned green. He stomped his feet and pointed in all directions, cursing loudly. He was about to go crazy from anger. Someone dared to steal his Chenkuan bag again. More than half of his wealth that he plundered from the Heaven Gate forbidden area was in there. His heart ached so much that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Waves of divine consciousness swept out in all directions at a frenzied speed. It covered the entire space, and everything was in his mind. However, after searching over and over again, he still could not find a single person. No, this landscape painting is one of the 2 treasures that I grabbed from the tomb of the god of sin. Quickly put it away, don't let it be stolen. Damn thieves, they're all thieves. Perfected Lord Ku Rong thought of something. Immediately, the painting above his head was retracted and rolled into a scroll. He was about to put it back into his body. However, it was already too late. This time, he saw it clearly. The landscape painting above his head disappeared without a trace, and a bag of yellow sand appeared. There was no fluctuation at all. It disappeared so quickly. Phut, phut, phut. True Lord Kurong spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot. His steel-like teeth were clenched in his mouth. Oh, my painting of rivers and mountains. That's the treasure that I snatched from the tomb of the god of sin after being kicked in the face. How could you steal it? My darling, my ruler, quickly use lightning to strike that thief to death. Ah, ah, ah. His shrill howl made the entire space shake violently, and countless yellow sand were shattered on the spot. His eyes turned blood-red. He glanced at every inch of the void. "PH, I'm not only going to steal it, but I'm going to steal it until your face turns green. I'm going to skin you alive before I see your face turn green." Di Shitian would not pity him because of this. His mind was shaken. While looking at true Lord Kurong's howling figure, he unceremoniously performed his supernatural power again. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 893. First update. There are 2 more chapters tonight. With that grab, the praying mat under perfected Lord Ku Rong's feet disappeared and turned into a pile of sand. My praying mat, my heaven-evading praying mat, damn it, that's a rare treasure that I found in an ancient cave abode in the forbidden area of the heavenly gates. How could you do that? How could you steal it? Come out if you have the guts. I, Ku Rong, am going to fight it out with you. That's my life. A thief who deserves to be hacked to death. Ku Rong looked at his feet and vomited another mouthful of blood. It was so uncomfortable that he almost fainted. Di Shitian sneered and reached out again. Damned old thief. My clothes. My celestial robe. Damned bastard. What else haven't you stolen? Perfected Lord Ku Rong's body that was as dry as rotten wood was stomping and cursing in midair. His face was beginning to turn green. It was like a withered tree growing green leaves in spring. Di Shitian did it several times in a row, stripping him naked. Ku Rong was fuming with rage. The hairpin on his head was suddenly stolen and was inexplicably replaced with a sand hairpin. His hair spread out and turned into tree branches. Green leaves grew on the branches. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Don't let this true lord find out who you are. If I find out, this true lord will never let you off. If you have me, then you have me. Perfected Lord Ku Rong shouted loudly. However, he turned around and disappeared in midair, entering his inner world. He was afraid of being stripped and now only had his underwear left. He was afraid that if he stayed outside, he might not even be able to keep his crotch. TSK, this unkillable King Ku Rong has such a pathetic day. Ming clicked his tongue and laughed strangely. His face was filled with excitement and anticipation as he cried out, "This fellow's entire body is a treasure indeed. Even the clothes he's wearing are top-grade treasures. Even I can't discern the origin of that landscape painting. However, there seems to be endless mountains and rivers in it. Vast mountains and rivers. It should be a rare treasure. If it's smelted into the myriad demon city, it can immediately add countless mountains and rivers to the city. This guy is a moving treasure trove. Quick, don't let him escape. He can't run. Di Shitian washed True Lord Kurong's body clean, but he did not plan to let him go. With a thought, he appeared in the void. He raised his eyes and looked at the void not far away. That gaze seemed to be able to see through the void. Even the inner world hidden in the void had nowhere to hide. True Lord Kurong, you were one of the famous kings in ancient times. You hid in the inner world and made I look down on you for no reason. If you don't come out, then I'll beat you out. Sakura sneered as he spat out a sentence. He stretched out his right hand and blasted out a palm towards the void. Suddenly, an incomparably huge purple-gold hand condensed in the void. Under the palm, the vast power of the void in the surroundings was swept into the palm like a tide. For a time, the hand vaguely contained countless voids that evolved into various calamities and contained boundless power of the void. Extreme Imperial Creation Palm Myriad Tribulations. This palm used the void to create countless calamities. When the palm landed, there were 9,999 types of calamity power. Intertwined together, it would kill any god or Buddha that stood in its way. This palm was extremely domineering. Rumble. The void trembled violently. Countless terrifying calamity power cut the void into countless pieces. In the originally empty space, a green world barrier suddenly appeared. It quickly appeared in front of them. The world barrier was at least 10,000 feet wide. On the barrier, there were countless mysterious runes that constantly flashed. It was as if green leaves covered the world barrier. Bang bang bang! True Lord Kurong's inner world and the withering world of life and death were forced out of the void. A huge purple-gold hand slammed heavily on the world barrier of the withering world. Instantly, countless towering ancient trees appeared on the world barrier, covering the sky and the sun. They blocked in front of the huge hand but were crushed into dust by the boundless power of the void. However, more towering ancient trees appeared immediately. When they were completely crushed and slammed on the world barrier, more than half of the power contained in the palm was forcefully worn out. Although the world barrier trembled violently, it was blocked by the powerful life force inside. It's you, Di Shitian. The inner world suddenly converged. True Lord Kurong, who had changed into a green robe, rushed out of the inner world with green eyes. He stared fiercely at Di Shitian's face. His expression was as if he wanted to eat him. True Lord Kurong, you're really tough. Even the tomb of the gods can't kill you. Di Shitian glanced at him. When he saw the face that was deeply engraved in his memory, the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. Return this monarch's treasure to me. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. True Lord Kurong's eyes shone with a cold light. He emitted a dangerous aura. He recognized Di Shitian. When he was in the Southern Barbarian, he had a deep impression of him. Although Di Shitian had the cultivation of an ancient early-stage heaven demon at first glance, he did not think that a small tiger demon could grow to such an impressive status in just a few decades. He even guessed that the treasure just now must have been taken away by this kid using some despicable means. Come and get it yourself if you can. Di Shitian glanced at him disdainfully. Good. 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 You, a junior, dare to be so arrogant in front of me. When I catch you, I'll definitely skin you alive and refine your bones into oil. You'll never be reincarnated. True Lord Kurong was so angry that his face turned green. His eyes were full of malevolence. Without any hesitation, light flashed above his head, and an ancient wooden seal suddenly appeared above his head. This ancient seal was half black and half white in color. It was made of a strange divine wood, and there was a mu kuei carved on it. On the ancient seal, there were countless strange flowers, trees, and plants. There were too many to count. The flowers, plants, and trees were constantly changing between life and death. Every time it cycled, the majestic power of life and death would be born in the ancient seal and intertwined under the ancient seal, forming the appearance of a black and white yin and yang fish. There was a strong aura of life and death in the seal. Two completely opposite powers, but in the ancient seal, there was a perfect transition. True Lord Kurong pointed at the seal of life and death above his head, and the ancient seal suddenly turned snow white. The original black chi disappeared, and the entire ancient seal burst out with a majestic aura of life. A strong aura of life burst out of the ancient seal and rushed into the sky, turning into countless white light spots that scattered in all directions. Rumble. In an instant, the light spots scattered in the entire space. Large patches of terrifying desert quickly exuded vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. The desert turned into fertile land, and countless green grass grew rapidly on the ground, covering every inch of the land. Saplings drilled out of the ground and grew wildly, growing into towering trees in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the barren land was filled with natural vitality. Thump, thump, thump. Following that, the towering ancient trees emitted bursts of green light, and in the divine light, they quickly turned into gigantic tree men that were hundreds of feet tall. Their bodies exuded a strong aura. Countless vines also intertwined and turned into gigantic tree men. There were countless vines that were constantly twisting and rolling on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, there was a terrifying army of tree men formed from various flowers, trees, and plants. There were so many of them that there were no less than 100,000 of them. Each of them was 3,000 to 4,000 feet tall. The aura that they exuded was unusually ancient and terrifying. They all looked at Di Shitian with a murderous gaze. Kill this junior. When perfected Lord Ku Rong saw the countless gigantic tree men, the hostility in his eyes became even more intense. Roar, roar, roar. The tree men pounded their chests madly and let out violent howls. The aura that they exuded was not inferior to any ancient demon saint. At the same time, they looked at Di Shitian. A pitch-black tree man that was formed by countless poisonous vines roared and directly spat out a pitch-black poisonous fog at Di Shitian. The poisonous fog was extremely violent, and even the space was poisoned to the point that large holes appeared. It smelled extremely fishy. Good fellow, this withering seal of life and death is his natal spiritual treasure. It's extremely powerful. Each of these tree men has the powerful combat strength of an ancient demon saint. Moreover, if they're killed, they'll grow back immediately. They're very difficult to deal with. If you're entangled and can't break free immediately, you'll be exhausted to death. Ming immediately reminded him. Ku Rong, I'm going to kill you. Di Shitian stepped into the void and directly stepped toward perfected Lord Ku Rong. The scene of mountains and rivers suddenly appeared under his feet, and the vast power of mountains and rivers suddenly erupted. The scenery of mountains and rivers that stretched for thousands of feet seemed to be real. As he stepped out, it directly crushed downward. Ultimate Emperor Heaven fighting steps, earth collapsing single step. The poisonous fog was pushed back by the mountains and rivers that descended from the sky and landed on the bodies of countless treants with a loud boom. The earth shook violently, and a huge footprint suddenly appeared on the ground. In the footprint, all the tree men were instantly annihilated. If one looked closely, one could clearly see that there was a lifelike scenery of mountains and rivers in the footprint. It contained a supreme will. Powerful. Sakura Emperor's extreme undying body had already reached the 6th stage. The demon body that he had cultivated, in addition to his own vast Emperor's true force, once he executed it, coupled with his exceptional battle techniques, he simply had a terrifying battle power that could defy the heavens. With a casual step, tens of thousands of tree men could not even resist and were instantly crushed into powder. Every single one of his movements had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Impossible. You're just an early-stage ancient heaven demon. How can you have such powerful combat strength? You're indeed a monster. Perfected Lord Ku Rong was secretly horrified by Sakura's combat power. Back in ancient times, there were only a handful of people in this realm who could possess such terrifying power. However, when he thought of his treasures that had been stolen, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his heart and his anger surged wildly. He said ferociously, however, I specialize in killing monsters like you. Give me back my treasures. With a change of mind, the seal of life and death above his head immediately turned pitch black. In the ancient seal, there was a seemingly corporeal death aura. It was a death aura that made the world feel lonely. The ancient seal glowed with black light and expanded to 3,000 feet in size. It flew into the air and smashed down toward Di Shitian. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 894. Second update. Continue writing the third chapter, but it will be a little late. The withering seal of life and death with a single thought. Life could cause desertification in the plains. Death could cause mountains to become dead regions, rivers to dry up, and mountains to collapse. The pitch-black withering ancient seal had completely turned into an ancient seal that carried endless death. Everywhere it passed, even the space around the ancient seal was corroded by the death aura, decaying and collapsing in an instant. Like Mount Tai, it crushed toward Di-Shitian. If it really came into contact with the ancient seal, all the vitality in its body would be completely devoured in an instant. It would turn into bones and be smashed into powder. It was as if the entire world was filled with only this ancient seal. This ancient seal was extremely proficient in the transition between life and death. Once it attacked, it would immediately devour all life. Even the undying bodies of the ancient overlords could devour all of their life force. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying. You want to kill I with just this? Ku Rong, you're old. The world today no longer belongs to you. Di-Shitian looked at the withering seal of life and death. That ancient seal was indeed an innate spirit treasure. Even he felt that his life was threatened. However, he did not back down at all. He opened his mouth and said, Ku Rong, give me your withering seal of life and death. I happen to be lacking a jade seal. Use this ancient seal as the main material to refine it. Boom, boom, boom. His feet did not stop at all. He stepped into the void and walked straight toward True Lord Ku Rong. He was using the ultimate Emperor Heaven fighting steps. Another star step. Third step sun and moon rotation. Fourth step 8 desolation destruction. The treants on the ground were trampled on, leaving behind 3 huge footprints. One of the footprints showed the picture of stars, one showed the cycle of the sun and moon, and the last showed the 8 desolation mountains and rivers. There was a supreme will left in them. In an instant, the treant army was completely wiped out. The footprints were almost impossible to destroy. Perhaps in the distant future, a junior would see the footprints and comprehend the ultimate Emperor Heaven fighting steps from it. However, Di-Shitian did not only want to destroy the treants below. He looked up and saw the ancient seal crushing down on him. He coldly waved his palm above his head. Extreme Emperor Creation Palm, one hand holding up the heavens. There was an ancient legend that in a certain boundless world, the heavens and earth were overturned. A hole was blasted open in the sky, causing the sky to sink downwards. It merged with the earth and was about to return to primal chaos. There was a one-armed giant who held up the sky with one hand. It was like a pillar supporting the sky. Every time the sky rose, the giant would grow taller, pushing back the sinking sky. The destruction of the Great Thousand Worlds was resolved. Di-Shitian's right hand turned purplish gold. His entire body seemed to be filled with qi as it swelled up violently. He slammed his palm heavily on the ancient seal. The boundless power of the Pillar of the Heavens suddenly stopped the ancient seal from falling. In his hand, the will of the Pillar of the Heavens could not be destroyed even by the heavens and earth. If the sky is going to sink, then I will hold it up with my palm. Even the ancient seal's terrifying death force was unable to corrode this kind of power. It was in an intense stalemate. There was a terrible roar. Bang! Di-Shitian's royal extreme true force and the power of his flesh and blood all gathered together and blasted onto the ancient seal. Even though the ancient seal was a carnate spirit treasure, it was still sent flying. Fart! When True Lord Ku Rong saw this, his eyes almost popped out. The recoil from the ancient seal caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. You're just an early-stage heaven demon. I'm also an early-stage heaven demon. With the power of my Ku Rong seal, how could you block it? This is yet another monster." Ku Rong was about to go crazy. He glared at Di-Shitian and roared, "Di-Shitian, I'll leave those treasures with you for the time being. When I completely recover, I'll definitely settle the score with you today. I won't let it go just like that." With that, he swept up the ancient seal, turned around, and strangely escaped into the void. In an instant, he entered the heavenly gate and disappeared. However, the moment he disappeared, Di Shitian casually flicked his finger, and a wisp of black light instantly entered his body. "Go after him. Go after him." When Dark saw Ku Rong escape, he immediately urged, "There's no hurry. Let him run for a while. I've already planted a spell on him, tarsal bone. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I can easily detect him." Sakura smiled meaningfully. He was not in a hurry to chase after Ku Rong. The magic of incantation was unique in the world. Once the tarsal bone entered the body, if it was not removed, it would be hidden in the body. It was like a parasite in the tarsal bone, impossible to get rid of. The spell had already entered Ku Rong's body. He could clearly sense that Ku Rong was shuttling quickly through the heavenly gates. The landscape painting. Di Shitian calmly took out the ancient and mysterious painting from his inner world. It was only now that he had the time to really look at the painting. According to Ku Rong, this painting was one of the 2 rare treasures that he had grabbed when he entered the tomb of the god of sin back then. He watched as the painting unfurled. It was like a long river. In the painting, the scenery changed. Various scenes of mountains and rivers flashed by. There seemed to be a layer of fog shrouding the painting, giving the scenery a faint mysterious color. It faintly exuded a trace of Archean aura. However, while the scenery in the painting was changing, it also made people feel as if they were there and understood the true meaning of the picturesque landscape. Every river was a peerless divine river that would never dry up. Every mountain was an Archean divine mountain that could easily crush a mighty figure. Every tree had an Archean vastness. They seemed to be shrouded in countless mysterious halos. In the haze, one could see that in the painting, 3 young men of the heavenly human tribe were tightly bound by vines and could not break free at all. From this, it could be seen that in this painting, even a single vine contained unimaginable power. This landscape painting is really not simple. It seems that Ku Rong really stole it from the tomb of the god of sin. Maybe it has something to do with the legendary eternal heaven realm. Ming also could not see through this painting. It doesn't matter if you can't see through it. Sooner or later, you will understand it. However, as long as you merge with the demon city, you will know its secrets. Now, let's break the restriction and release the heavenly human tribe. Now is the best time to build a good relationship with them. Maybe we can gain their trust in one fell swoop. Di Shitian stretched out a finger and pointed at the painting. Boom! Countless dense fog burst forth from the painting, blocking it in an instant. That was the restriction on the painting itself. It was activated by Ku Rong. Without breaking the restriction, there was no way to use this treasure. You want to stop me with a mere restriction? Use your divine feather to brush it away. Di Shitian did not do it himself. Instead, he turned his head and said to Diu, who was standing on his shoulder. "Yes, father." Diu's eyes were filled with joy when she heard her father call her. Without even thinking, the purple divine feather behind him immediately swept towards the landscape painting. Her purple divine feather did not belong to the 5 elements at all. It had the mysterious power to brush away all restrictions. With this swipe, a small portion of the fog that burst out from the scroll dissipated. The restriction began to loosen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every time, the restriction's power was reduced by a lot. Bam! Finally, after another sweep of the divine feather, the restriction on the painting completely disappeared and collapsed. Your bloodline is noble, and your talents are unparalleled. The 3 divine feathers behind you are very mysterious. However, the key is that your cultivation base is profound. As long as you are strong enough, you will be able to unleash even more power. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the ability is, not only will it be twice as effective when you use it, but there will also be the danger of backlash. Don't neglect the essentials. Di Shitian patted her head affectionately and said gently, "Yes. Yu'er understands. Yu'er's heart was filled with sweetness. She nodded repeatedly to show that she understood. Shitian grabbed the painting and shook it gently. Suddenly, the painting flashed and 3 figures fell out of the painting. You bastard, you sneak attacked us. You are despicable, Tian Ruo cursed when she saw Shitian standing in front of her with the painting in his hand. She knew that this painting scroll was the treasure that had sucked them in. Naturally, she recognized Shitian as the culprit. Who are you? The heavenly human tribe is not to be trifled with, Tian Yang said in a deep voice. Looking at Shitian, he did not know why, but he felt an incomparable pressure. It was as if he had to suppress his breathing for fear of angering the other party. Haha, friends of the heavenly human tribe, don't worry, I have no ill intentions, and I didn't kidnap you. Just now, I saw a strange person called Lord Ku Rong kidnap you. Coincidentally, I have some grudges with him, so I fought and took this painting. Sakura was already prepared for this, so he did not blame him at all. A light flashed in his hand, and he drew a stroke in midair. Instantly, the appearance of an ancient mirror was formed, and scenes kept flashing in the mirror. In particular, the scene where true Lord Ku Rong caught them in the beginning was extremely clear. The scene after that was naturally deleted. But in the blink of an eye, the hostility in Tian Yang's eyes disappeared. After the restriction on his body was removed, Tian Yang immediately stood up and said gratefully, so it was Lord Ku Rong who caught us. I wronged Mr. Di just now. Please don't take offense. His face showed a friendly expression. He had completely believed Shitian's words. Yes, Mr. Di, not only did we not thank you for saving our lives, but we also scolded you first. Why don't you scold me too? Tian Ruo stuck out her tongue cutely and quickly apologized. It was easy to feel close to Shitian. Sure enough, you haven't experienced too much wind and rain, so you don't have much experience. Looking at their restrained and uneasy appearance, Shitian immediately saw that these 3 must be inexperienced. They were also very simple. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 895. End of third watch, loudly asking for monthly votes. Shitian's gaze was extremely sharp. From their words and actions, he had already seen through them. However, it was also understandable. Although there were countless spaces and many races in the forbidden land of Tianmen, compared to the outside world, the vast Zijin continent, and the vast heavens and realms, it seemed a bit monotonous. Although it could be said to be a paradise. But it lacked experience. This was something that cultivation could not make up for. However, he also wanted to make friends with such people. After all, he didn't have to carry any hypocritical burdens. If it was 1, it was 1. If it was 2, it was 2. There weren't too many twists and turns. With the kindness of Shitian saving them, coupled with the deliberate friendship. In just a moment, they had already become very familiar with each other, as if they had known each other for many years. After becoming familiar with each other, they immediately became much more harmonious when they talked. Mr. Di, you should have come in from outside the forbidden land of Tianmen, right? Although the forbidden land of Tianmen contains infinite treasures and the cave residences of many powerhouses are here, there are also many dangers. If you are not careful, you will die. Ordinary cultivators won't enter this place easily. Tian Xiao looked at him curiously and asked. Yes, is Mr. Di looking for something? Why don't you tell us? Maybe there is something in our clan. When the time comes, we can go back and ask the elders to give it to you. It can also be considered as repaying you for saving our lives. Tian Ruo also blinked and said softly. They had a keen sense of danger and could easily sense whether others had bad intentions towards them. Once there was danger, the mark between their brows would send out a warning. And for Shitian, they all had a very close feeling, so they naturally had a good impression of him. When they spoke, they appeared to be very relaxed and didn't have much to hide. Can I also go to the place where your people gather? Shitian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Of course. Heavenly smiled in a friendly manner, Although our celestial clan has been in seclusion for many years and has never left the forbidden grounds of the Celestial Gate, that doesn't mean we are completely prohibited from interacting with outsiders. As long as you are a friend of our celestial clan, we will welcome you with open arms. The meaning was clear. You saved us, so you are a friend of the celestial clan. Yes, our clan is very beautiful. When the time comes, you will definitely be surprised. Tian Xiao chuckled. However, we'll have to wait until we're done with the Holy Enlightenment fruit and the other spiritual essences before we can return. Picking spirit essence. Although Di Shitian already knew the reason why they were picking the spiritual essence, in order to avoid suspicion, he still asked, could it be that someone in your clan is injured? Taking the opportunity, he also wanted to find out why they were refining the Heaven Evasion Holy Pill. The Holy Enlightenment fruit could be used to refine the Heaven Evasion Holy Pill. Even Dark had never heard of this kind of pill before, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Humph, it's all because of those annoying 5 elements elves. I don't know what's wrong with them recently, but they actually want to snatch a treasure of our clan. The Great Elder fought with the Elf King once, which triggered an old problem. The 5 decay of the Celestial is about to arrive. Otherwise, the Elf King wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Tian Xiao said with resentment. 5 elements elves clan, you mean, there's not only the Celestial clan in the forbidden grounds of the Celestial clan, but also the 5 elements elves clan. Di Shitian heard her words, and waves instantly rolled in his mind. The 5 elemental fairy clan was one of the oddities of the purple gold continent. Legend had it that they were born from an innate spiritual root, the 5 elemental sacred tree. The fairies that were born were not only innately sensitive to the energy of heaven and earth, but they also belonged to the 5 elements. The males were handsome, and the females were beautiful. The beauty of heaven and earth. The most important thing was that the 5 elements elves did not like to fight. Moreover, they were born to be the best archers, even more outstanding than the winged clan. Their talent was even more astonishing. Such a clan was quite powerful in ancient times. However, they also disappeared later on. In the outside world, there was almost no trace of the 5 elements elves. They had thought that they had been wiped out, but they did not expect to live in the forbidden grounds of the Celestial Gate. It had to be said that this was a rather unexpected gain for Di Shitian when he entered the forbidden grounds. Originally, he only came in to look for the 4 Celestial Gates. However, he encountered the Celestial Clan, True Lord Ku Rong, and the legendary 5 Elements Elves clan. The 5 decay of the Celestial, the Heaven Avoidance Holy Pill? Could it be that this Heaven Avoidance Holy Pill actually has the magical power to avoid the 5 decay of the Celestial? Dark, on the other hand, focused on something else. It suddenly remembered a legend. In ancient times, the Celestial clan was born from the blood of the heavenly Tao. All of them were known as Celestials. However, it was because they had the heaven-defying ability to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. They could find countless benefits for themselves. Avoid disaster. They were almost immortal. They had obtained too many benefits from heaven and earth. Such a clan was a great danger to heaven and earth. Therefore, every 1,000 years, heaven and earth would descend the 5 decay of the Celestial clan who had reached the realm of a peerless powerhouse. This kind of calamity was extremely frequent for the Celestial clan. Therefore, there was the saying of the 5 decay of the Celestial. The 5 decay of the Celestial was more and more terrifying each time. Even the Celestial clan found it difficult to withstand. Therefore, there was a supreme wisdom in the Celestial clan who created a heaven-defying pill formula. It was said that one could rely on that heaven-defying pill to avoid the calamity of the 5 decay of the Celestial. However, the 5 decay of the Celestial had always been extremely mysterious. Back then, even in ancient times, not many people knew about this kind of rumor or even believed it. So the legend back then was true. The Celestial clan really had a heaven-defying pill that could avoid the 5 decay of the Celestial. If this heaven avoidance holy pill were to spread out, it would probably stir up a terrifying disaster. No wonder the Celestial clan completely disappeared after this rumor. It seems that they also know how terrifying this news is and that it will bring a disaster to the celestial clan. Dark came to a sudden realization and hurriedly cried out, "Lunatic DI, if you can find the pill formula of the Heaven Evasion Divine Pill, you must get it. If you can refine it, the peerless experts will come begging us. I have already transplanted 5 holy enlightenment trees. Including this one in front of me, there will be 6. Cultivating the holy enlightenment fruit will definitely not be a problem." All kinds of thoughts flashed through Di Shitian's mind crazily. What he was thinking was not only to obtain the pill formula, but also to abduct the entire celestial clan to the demon city. If possible, the 5-element fairy clan was also a target to be roped in. Perhaps the 2 major clans could be integrated into the demon clan. That would be a truly huge gain. Everything else was not worth mentioning. How many holy enlightenment fruits are left? Di Shitian looked at the holy enlightenment tree at the peak of the mountain. There were 6 holy enlightenment fruits on it. They were constantly flickering with 7-colored divine radiance. "One more," Tian Rua said softly. "Since you need it, you can have all 6 of them." Di Shitian was not stingy. This was the time to build a good relationship with the celestial clan. With the holy enlightenment tree planted on the living soil of the 9 heavens, it would definitely grow quickly and bear holy enlightenment fruits. Coupled with the time reversal, it would be enough to harvest it in a short time. "That's great. Thank you, Mr." Tian Rua happily stepped forward and quickly picked the holy enlightenment fruit. She said, "This holy enlightenment fruit is precious. It can't be carried with ordinary things, let alone items of the 5 elements. It will cause the medicinal efficacy of the holy enlightenment fruit to dissipate. You must use the psychic jade box to pick it. Do you want to find true Lord Kurong?" Di Shitian suddenly asked. "Humph, that guy dared to sneak attack us. If we meet him again, we will definitely not forgive him." Tian Yang's eyes emitted a touch of anger. He said indignantly, "Mister, do you have a way to find him?" "Humph, that true Lord Kurong is the most annoying," Tian Rua said with disgust. Now, her impression of true Lord Kurong was very bad. "When I was fighting with him before, I left a tracking mark on him. As long as we follow the mark, we will definitely find him again," Di Shitian said calmly. "Good. This time we must catch him and hand him over to the elders," Tian Yang said without hesitation. Although they were simple in nature, anyone who was inexplicably tricked would be unhappy. After being punched by others, there was no reason to welcome it with a smile. Only a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. "Good. Follow me." Di Shitian didn't say much. He turned around and put away the holy enlightenment tree into his inner world. Then, he directly went through the gate of heaven. Seeing this, Tian Rua, and Tian Rua immediately followed. Curse techniques had always been mysterious. It was very strange and evolved from the root of all evil. It had the magical power of tracking. Every time true Lord Kurong passed through a gate of heaven, his aura would be left on the gate of heaven for a period of time. Therefore, Di Shitian was not afraid of losing him. This gate of heaven is a small ominous place. There is a bad omen. "Mister, are you sure Kurong entered this gate? This gate of heaven still has a small ominous sign. But strange, this Kurong is really powerful. He actually didn't enter a big ominous gate. Mister, how much longer will it take? We have passed through 13 gates of heaven. We have entered the 19th layer of the forbidden area." Along the way, Di Shitian followed the mark and quickly shuttled through the gates of heaven. However, Tian Yang and the others would always use their ability to seek good luck and avoid bad luck to test the gates of heaven. What was amazing was, true Lord Kurong was really strange. None of the gates he entered was a big ominous one. At most, it was a small ominous sign. One had to admit that Kurong's luck was quite heaven-defying. He was not an ordinary inhuman. Kurong fled all the way, constantly drilling into the depths of the forbidden area. He seemed to have a certain purpose, as if he was very familiar with the forbidden area. In the blink of an eye, not long after, Di Shitian, Tian Yang, and the others had already arrived at the 20th layer of the forbidden area. Around them, there were still 4 similar gates of heaven standing tall. They blocked the way in all directions. Mr. D.I., this southern gate of heaven is a big ominous place. How could there be a space where Ku Rong escaped into? The mark between Tian Yang's eyebrows suddenly turned blood red. A strong omen showed that there was a big ominous place inside. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 896. Great Calamity. It was obvious that there was great danger behind the southern sky gate. There was a great possibility that they would die on the spot inside. There was fatal danger. It can't be wrong, my tracking mark shows that true Lord Ku Rong is in the space behind this sky gate. Great calamity. Even if it is a great calamity, I will never retreat. On the path of cultivation, there is no retreat. There is no difference between taking a step back and taking 100 steps back. One step forward is a stronger spur to the soul. There is no retreat in front of me. D.I. Shitian smiled indifferently and glanced at Heavenly and the others. Faintly, there was a hint of interrogation in his voice. He outlined the true meaning of cultivation. When Heavenly and the others heard it, it was like a wake-up call. Their bodies trembled. Their faces kept changing colors. After a long time, Heavenly bowed respectfully to D.I. Shitian and said, "Thank you, Mr. D.I., for your advice. Although our celestial clan has the ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity, it is because of this ability that we are afraid of experiencing even the slightest danger. We try our best to avoid it, so the 3 of us have the realm of ancient demon saint, but we don't have the same combat power as our cultivation. If we really fight with an enemy of the same realm, I am afraid we will be killed in an instant." Heavenly understands. No wonder the Patriarch asked us to come out. The real purpose is to train us, but we have only been going through the gates that are not dangerous. Even if there is only a little danger, we will immediately avoid it. We almost let down the Patriarch's painstaking efforts. Tian Xiu also suddenly realized. They have been avoiding danger, and it seems that there is no disaster, but they also didn't get the slightest experience. They couldn't sharpen themselves. It was like a flower in a greenhouse. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Without rich experience, countless battles, in the end, it is just a facade. Children can be taught. D.I. Shitian saw their enlightenment and secretly nodded. This guidance was just a small effort, but it can greatly improve the relationship between them. It can be said to be a great gain. On the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You'll have to find a way to survive in the face of death. D.I. Shitian did not stay any longer and quickly walked into the southern heavenly gate. The fact that Ku Rong was difficult to kill was also an extremely heavy burden in his heart. As long as he could kill him, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be afraid. What he was afraid of was an undying cockroach like Ku Rong. Once he could not kill him, he would definitely pester him in the future. He would be fine, but he was afraid that he would implicate the demon clan beneath him. "Temph, I'd like to see just how unkillable you are," D.I. Shitian thought to himself. He already had a strong desire to kill Ku Rong. Swish. After entering the gate of heaven, a strange power wrapped around his body. In the blink of an eye, the scenery in front of him changed rapidly. When he opened his eyes, he had already appeared in an unfamiliar place. Indestructible imperial body. 6 indestructible divine rings instantly emerged from his flesh and blood, constantly revolving around his body. Within the divine rings, a vast indestructible will frantically swept out in all directions. Bang! Without giving D.I. Shitian a chance to see his surroundings, a pitch-black ancient seal instantly smashed toward his head, but it was blocked by the indestructible divine rings. The 6th divine halo of hearing had yet to reach the great circle of perfection. It was instantly smashed into pieces by the ancient seal. However, the 5th divine halo of hearing had firmly blocked the attack. With a cracking sound, countless small cracks appeared on the divine ring. It was an intense stalemate. An overbearing force burst out and collided with the ancient seal, causing it to break apart. What is this? It can actually block my ancient seal. Not far away, True Lord Ku Rong looked at the remaining 5 indestructible divine rings outside Di Shitian's body in shock. Obviously, he was shocked by such a shocking defensive cultivation technique. 9 strikes of withering glory, death and wither. However, it was obvious that True Lord Ku Rong had been waiting here for a long time, and he had already made up his mind to attack Di Shitian. Seeing that his attack did not succeed, he immediately formed a withered claw in his hand and attacked Di Shitian directly. In this claw, he had already displayed his true supreme combat technique. The huge withered claw broke through the air, and within the claw, one could clearly see countless flowers, trees, birds, and beasts withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of their vitality seemed to have been completely extracted in an instant. The flowers withered, and the birds and beasts turned into withered bones in the blink of an eye. Life and death of withering glory, this claw contained an endless will of withering that could cause all things to wither. If this claw were to land on you, it would cause you to wither completely, devour all life and turn you into a pile of withered bones. In the face of this claw, anyone would feel despair as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. True Lord Ku Rong, I already knew that you would have this move. If you want to launch a sneak attack on me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Di Shitian's eyes shone with a dazzling light, and his right hand had already landed on the slender hilt of the tiger soul on his back. He turned his wrist slightly. Suddenly, clang, the crisp sound of the sword being unsheathed immediately filled the entire space, and it was accompanied by a tiger roar that was filled with a domineering aura. Bang! He took a domineering step forward without backing down, and the tiger soul in his hand followed the momentum of this step and slashed out in a strange trajectory. The moment he slashed out, countless beautiful sounds of prayers, Buddhas chanting sutras, and Sanskrit chants of blessings danced around the tiger soul like a tide. Countless beautiful and blissful intents spread out in all directions like a tide, and they went straight for the withered claw. The ultimate emperor way, nirvana of bliss. This slash looked incomparably beautiful, and it made one yearn for it. It was as if one could see countless yearning and beautiful blissful intents in the slash. Unknowingly, one's will to fight crumbled, and he extended his neck to commit suicide. It was as if countless Buddhas were transcending. Bliss collided with death and withering. They were 2 extremes. The 2 supreme wills collided violently, and countless sharp winds from the claw collided with the saber radiance. Bang! It was only a stalemate for a moment, and the tiger soul released a shocking amount of power and broke the withered claw apart. It was as if a flower of bliss had bloomed in the river of death, and it emitted a dazzling divine radiance. The golden saber radiance slashed toward Ku Rong's neck at lightning speed. However, Ku Rong's reaction was swift. A light flashed in his hand, and a black shield appeared. The image of a black tortoise appeared on the shield. He raised the shield in front of the tiger soul. Bang! Despite the tiger soul's limitless sharpness, it was forcibly blocked by the tortoiseshell-like shield with a loud boom. It only left a faint blade mark on the shield. Ku Rong was sent flying a few hundred feet away by the great power that exploded from the tiger soul. Without thinking, he turned around and quickly fled. It was the innate 5 elements escape technique. It's this despicable person who launched a sneak attack. Tian Ruer blinked her eyes, and an angry expression appeared on her face. She pointed at the back of Ku Rong who was escaping quickly and shouted, "Chase after him. This time, we must not let him escape." Tian Xuer also said angrily, "Big brother Yang, quickly chase after him and tie him up with the immortal binding rope given by the clan leader. How dare he scheme against us? I will not forgive him." A light flashed in Heavenly's hand, and a purple-gold long rope appeared. It looked like it was made of gold and jade, and there were countless mysterious runes flashing on it, making it look extremely mysterious. "He can't run." Di Shitian spat out coldly. A light flashed under his feet, and a divine light appeared instantly, enveloping him and Heavenly. It was the Emperor Divine Light that he cultivated. With a thought, the divine light under his feet instantly broke through the sky. It was faster than lightning. Through the tarsal curse, he could clearly feel Ku Rong's figure in his mind. He was heading north, constantly using the innate Yi Wood escape technique. His speed was so fast that it was not slower than the Emperor Divine Light. However, looking at his expression, he did not seem to be anxious about the pursuers behind him. Instead, he seemed to be neither close nor far, as if he was afraid that they would not catch up. That calm situation did not seem like he was escaping. Crazy DI, be careful of bombs. A cunning light flashed in the eyes of Dark. HMPH, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. True Lord Ku Rong is a remnant from the ancient times. Since he dared to sneak attack me in front of the gate of heaven, he must have set up an ambush. However, I would like to see what he is relying on. With his current combat strength, he is obviously not my match, but he still deliberately wants to lure me over. Di Shitian had already understood in his heart. He had already estimated Ku Rong's strength very clearly. He had not recovered his ancient combat strength at all, but under such circumstances, not only did he not escape, he dared to set up an ambush here, using himself as bait to lure him to the north. He must have his confidence. All schemes will be completely destroyed in the face of absolute power. Di Shitian clenched his fist slightly, and the divine light under his feet drew out a brilliant purple-gold streamer in midair. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled thousands of miles. One was chasing while the other was escaping. In the blink of an eye, he came to a huge valley. Ku Rong, who had been constantly escaping, suddenly stopped in the valley. Bang! 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 Di Shitian stepped into the void. In his body, a vast amount of Emperor True Force surged into his hands like a tide. His entire palm suddenly turned purple gold. The space beside his hand strangely flickered out. The vast power of the 5 elements continued to converge. He stretched out his right hand and flipped his palm. Extreme Imperial Creation Palm, 5 Fingers Mountain. With a flip of his palm, his right hand strangely transformed into a purplish gold 5-fingered mountain in midair. 5 mysterious runes appeared on each of the 5 fingers. Shockingly, they contained the origin energy of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was connected to the entire world. Vast 5 elements power continuously surged into the mountain. The 5-finger mountain instantly became incomparably huge, covering the entire valley in an instant. Rumble. In the brilliant purple-gold divine light, the 5-finger mountain suddenly fell. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 897. In the legends of his previous life, there was an almighty. With a flip of his hand, he suppressed a ferocious monkey under his palm. His palm turned into a 5-finger mountain. The 5 fingers were connected to the 5 elements and were in harmony with heaven and earth. With the help of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, he suppressed the monkey. A total of 500 years. It corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It had boundless power. The 5 fingers of this palm turned into a mountain. It was enough to suppress ancient times. Between the palm, the creation of heaven and earth was activated. This was the true strength of the Huangji creation palm. 5 fingers turned into a mountain, connected to the 5 elements. Di Shitian, you want to suppress me? Ku Rong stood in the valley and looked at the purple-gold mountain that seemed to cover the sky and crush the sun. A look of humiliation flashed in his eyes. Who was he? He was the unkillable little overlord from ancient times. No, that was wrong. He was the unkillable King Ku Rong. He was going to be suppressed by a junior with a flip of his palm. This was a blatant humiliation. The 5-finger mountain even faintly sealed the entire space around. It sealed off all escape routes. Humph. I want to see how you can survive. Di Shitian sneered at Ku Rong below and said without holding back. Ah, ah, ah. Ku Rong let out a wild roar towards the sky. His face was filled with a terrifying malevolence. His entire body suddenly started to change. His originally withered face, which was like rotten wood, started to squirm intensely at a speed visible to the naked eye. Traces of blood started to appear on his face. Suddenly, his face became as translucent as jade, revealing a rosy blood color. It turned into an unusually young face. The originally withered body also recovered its ruddy color in an instant. There was flesh and blood. It was as if there was a majestic vitality in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. While his entire body was changing, it expanded violently. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet. In an instant, he turned into a 3,000 feet tall giant, holding the black and white seal of life and death in his hand. A seal was sent towards the Five-Finger Mountain that was crushing down, intending to smash the Five-Finger Mountain into pieces. Bang! The ancient seal and the Five-Finger Mountain collided violently. The power of life and death within the seal of withering prosperity intertwined and erupted with boundless destructive power. Coupled with the power of the seal of natural spiritual treasure itself, when it collided with the Five-Finger Mountain, it had a boundless advantage. With a cracking sound, fine cracks appeared on the Five-Finger Mountain. It was as if he was about to collapse on the spot. Clang! At this moment, a light flashed above Di Shitian's head and an ancient, sparkling bell appeared instantly. It quickly flew to the top of the Five Fingers Mountain and landed on the mountain. It spun and spun. Waves of vast samsara power surged into the Five Fingers Mountain like a tide. All the cracks on the mountain closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Middle grade carnate spirit treasure. The power of reincarnation, no. How could you possibly have such a foundation? After the Five-Finger Mountain received the support of all the heavens, it seemed to have become 100 million times heavier in an instant as it came crashing down in an overbearing manner. The pressure caused Ku Rong's entire body to involuntarily bend. Drops of blood continuously seeped out from every pore on his body. Inch by inch, it crushed down. Good, this guy is not a good person. He deserves to be crushed by the mountain. We must suppress him for a few more years. Tian Rua said indignantly. Seeing Ku Rong's appearance, she was full of joy. She couldn't wait for him to be suppressed. Mr. Di's cultivation is indeed unpredictable. He has such a terrifying power with just a flip of his palm. I'm afraid there are not many in the Celestial clan who can withstand more than a few of his attacks, Heavenly thought to himself. The scene in front of him was too fierce. Having grown up in the clan, he had never seen such a scene. Rumble. At this moment, the void under his feet suddenly distorted and turned into a huge black vortex in an instant. It was like a terrifying black hole. From the black vortex, countless spaces were distorted. At the same time, it emitted an endless devouring power. This devouring power carried a supreme will that could devour all things. It could refine everything. It swept in all directions. Countless chi of heaven and earth, and even all things in the void, were swept into the vortex and refined in an instant. Di Shitian and Heavenly were above the vortex, so it could be said that they bore the brunt of it. The vast devouring power wrapped all of them in the vortex in an instant. The endless devouring power constantly fell on their bodies, wanting to absorb every trace of power and flesh from their bodies. There was nothing that it could not devour. Big Brother Yang, Mr. Di, my cultivation is fading. What kind of vortex is this? And it has a strange power. This vortex is devouring my power. Tian Xiao cried out with a pale face. The power in her body was constantly being devoured by the vortex through her pores. My power is also fading. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm completely drained by this vortex. Mr. Di. Heavenly's eyes were filled with shock. He could not stop the power in his body from fading away. The heavenly change of the north, the whale devours of the north. So you are the carefree king. Good, good, good. I was wondering why true Lord Ku Rong dared to stay and fight with me. It turns out that he joined forces with you. But, you think you are qualified to refine me? My immortal emperor body. As long as I don't want to, you can forget about absorbing even a trace of power from my body. Sakura sneered at the whirlpool that appeared outside his body. 6 immortal divine rings were constantly revolving outside his body, instantly wrapping Heavenly and the others in the middle of the divine rings. The powerful suction force in the surroundings was suddenly blocked outside. The immortal emperor body was to cultivate one's body into a true body. The body formed a world of its own, and not a trace of power would leak out. With the divine rings blocking, the whale devours of the north could not absorb even a trace of true power. Since I can't absorb it, then I will break your immortal emperor body. Let's see how you will not leak. The carefree king's voice strangely came from the void. Roar. In the void, a strange feather fan suddenly flapped, and suddenly, a huge golden-winged rock rushed out from the feather fan. The rock spread its wings, which were at least a few thousand feet wide. The golden claws under its body were strong and powerful, capable of trapping tigers and fighting dragons. Its mouth could penetrate any solid object in an instant. Every feather was as sharp and terrifying as a sword. Its body was emitting the powerful aura of an ancient heavenly demon. It let out a high-pitched cry and swooped down fiercely from the void, clawing at Di Shitien's head. The rock was so strong that it could tear a true dragon apart with one claw. Any one of its wings could penetrate heaven and earth. When the claw came down, the void was forcibly torn apart. Carefree King, do you think I am still the same person who allowed you to bully me in the endless void? Let me tell you, you are finished today. You are completely finished. If I want to kill you, it will be like slaughtering a pig. Di Shitien's expression was cold. He stepped out step by step. The immortal Emperor Heaven battling steps: a step to collapse mountains and rivers, another step to fall stars, 3 steps to rotate the sun and moon, 4 steps to break the desolation, 5 steps to heaven and earth. The whale of the northern underworld was known as the top divine ability of heaven and earth. Once it was used, any power or vitality in the area would be instantly swallowed. It was extremely terrifying. Any attack that landed on it would be swallowed and refined, like the most terrifying black hole. It was hard to erase. However, Sakra's 5 steps did not reveal the royal true force. Instead, it was all condensed on his legs. With his own supreme demon body and vast physical strength, he forcefully stepped out a supreme power that could annihilate the heavens and earth. Every step he took contained a supreme will to battle the heavens and the earth. In addition, his royal immortal body did not reveal his true body. As long as he did not want to, the power would not leak at all. Boom, boom, boom. The vortex under his feet, with every step he took, shattered the space under his feet. The vortex was shaking violently and collapsing. At the same time, his right hand directly grabbed at the giant rock's descending claw. This grab seemed to have countless stars revolving, carrying with it a boundless universe. There was a vast Xinghe revolving in his palm. Royal Fortune Palm, Xinghe revolving rotation. Blocking in front of the giant rock's claws strangely blasted into the right hand. There seemed to be a boundless void in the hand, and then, the giant rock's entire body was swept into the palm. Catcher. Gently clenching his right hand, countless stars revolved, and the giant rock was crushed on the spot. Then, it completely disappeared. Bang! The vortex outside his body also completely collapsed. Di Shitian walked out step by step with Heavenly Flame and the other 2. Clang! Tiger Soul was instantly unsheathed, and with a backhand, it stabbed towards his back. This stab was like a sharp arrow, sweeping forward like lightning. On the blade, the image of 3,000 gods and demons appeared. Poof! In mid-air, there was the sound of the blade stabbing into a body. In the void, there was a distortion, and a snow-white robed Freedom King appeared. Tiger Soul directly pierced through his chest, and carried his body towards the 5 Fingers Mountain. With a crack, Tiger Soul nailed Freedom King's body to the 5 Fingers Mountain. The vast power of the gods and demons was constantly destroying his body. If you want to kill me, then bring your original body. You want to swallow I with just a Dharma idol avatar? I can destroy your Dharma idol with a flick of my finger. Di Shitian looked at Freedom King with disdain. This was just a Dharma idol avatar. However, destroying this Dharma idol was enough to make Freedom King feel pain for a while. If the Dharma idol was destroyed, it would take thousands of years to condense another one. Otherwise, he would need the 1,000 Dragon Rising aperture pill. Once the Dharma idol was destroyed, one of the apertures in the body would close again. It was extremely difficult to open it again. Di Shitian, I will not let you go. Freedom King's eyes emitted a cold look, and there was no longer any elegance in them. As soon as his voice fell, his entire body was annihilated inch by inch, and completely collapsed. Rumble. In the sky, the Five Fingers Mountain came crashing down heavily. In addition to the Bell of Heaven's reincarnation, true Lord Ku Rome could not withstand it at all. He was crushed into the ground like a green onion. Smashed into the ground. He landed heavily on the ground. As soon as it touched the ground, the five elements' origin on the Five Fingers Mountain immediately connected with the ground. As if it had taken root. Whoosh. At this moment, there was a sharp sound behind Di Shitian's head. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 898. Whoosh. An icy blue light instantly shot out from the forest, shooting towards Di Shitian's shoulder. Vaguely, this arrow contained a strange opportunity that locked onto his entire body. Even if he flew into the sky or burrowed into the ground, the arrow would still be able to follow him closely. The arrow contained the power of ice, but it did not leak out. Hidden but not released. Without any warning, Di Shitian turned around and flicked the arrow with his right hand. Bang! The finger and the arrow collided with each other. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing against stone could be heard. The overbearing and pure royal true force was released and stopped the arrow on the spot. In mid-air, the arrow was destroyed inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into ice powder. Di Shitian retracted his finger and turned his hand behind his back. Vaguely, a drop of purple-gold blood seeped out from his finger, but disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. What a terrifying arrow! Even Madman Di, who has cultivated the 6th level of the Imperial Indestructible Body, was wounded by it. I wonder who shot this arrow. Dark roared loudly and revealed a shocked expression. He was the one who was most aware of how strong Sakra's body was. However, it could be seen that the archer had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, the arrow would definitely not have hit his shoulder, but his head, throat, heart, and other important places. Who is it? Di Shitian raised his eyes and looked into the forest. There was no change in his expression. He just calmly spat out a sentence. This arrow. Mr. Di, be careful. It's from the elemental fairy tribe. Heavenly's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly warned. In the forbidden area of Heaven's Gate, only the elemental fairy tribe has such amazing archery skills. Tian Xiu gently bit her lip and said in a delicate voice. Whoosh. Pushing aside the leaves, 3 beautiful and handsome young elves with a pair of long ears walked out from the forest. Among them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. When the 2 men walked, it was obvious that they were half a step behind the female elf. However, the 2 men seemed to be twins. They looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell who was the older one and who was the younger one. They were all wearing green armor made from the fur of some kind of fierce beast, and were unusually light. Their slender bodies accentuated their extraordinary auras, and they each held a green elven battle bow in their hands. On their backs, they carried a special quiver of divine arrows. The most dazzling of them all was the female elf at the front. She looked to be no more than 18 years old, and she was wearing a green dress woven from green leaves. Her snow-white, slender legs were exposed, and she looked very seductive. Her tight dress showed off her perfect figure. She didn't look very old, but there was a pair of proud peaks on her chest. Her 2 jade-like arms were also exposed. Her body exuded a natural charm, and she had an amazing charm. There was a multicolored ring on his forehead, and a jade-green hexagonal crystal was embedded in it. In her hand was a 5-colored war bow that was intertwined with countless mysterious runes. The runes were like natural tree patterns, and with just a glance, one could feel its extraordinariness. Similarly, there was also a quiver on her back. Inside the quiver were jade-colored sharp arrows. She was like a bright pearl in the natural world. Elemental fairy tribe. Di Shitian's gaze fell on their ears. You can't kill Master Ku Rome. The elven girl walked out of the forest, glanced at Heavenly, then looked seriously at Di Shitian and said. Her voice was like a magpie, crystal clear and pleasant to the ear, crisp and moving. It was like the sound of nature. But there was a strange firmness and persistence in her voice. Oh! Di Shitian heard it, but didn't immediately deny it. Instead, he asked with interest, "Why? Princess Mingzhu, you must save me. If I die, then your elven race will also be in great trouble. Your elemental sacred tree will wither, and you won't be able to get the blessing of the sacred tree in the future." Under the Five-Finger Mountain, Master Ku Rong was pressed down. He was only relying on the seal of life and death to temporarily hold up a small space, so he wasn't crushed to death on the spot. His head popped out, and when he saw the elven girl, his eyes lit up and he quickly shouted, "You talk too much." Di Shitian frowned slightly and pointed at the bell of heaven's reincarnation on the Five-Finger Mountain. Clang! The ancient bell rang, and the sound of reincarnation poured into Ku Rong's ears. His mind shook, and even the divine light in his eyes seemed to be fading. He no longer shouted, "Sir, Master Ku Rong is an honored guest of my elemental elf tribe. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. If you're willing, the elf tribe is willing to compensate you appropriately as long as you can hand Master Ku Rong over to me." Princess Mingzhu's bright eyes stared calmly at Di Shitian's face as if she was waiting for his reply. Their sincerity was also fully displayed in their tone. "Do you know the grudge between me and him? You want to resolve it for no reason," Di Shitian said calmly. "May I know what grudge you have with Ku Rong?" Princess Mingzhu asked curiously. "Chmph, what grudge do I have with him?" Di Shitian scoffed coldly and said, "He once conspired against my wife and wanted to steal her divine power and foundation. He wanted to destroy the place where I settled down and lived. He slaughtered my subordinates from the demon clan. Can you resolve such a grudge?" He looked at Princess Mingzhu, who had a natural charm, with a half-smile. Princess Mingzhu was stunned when she heard that. Whether it was conspired against someone's wife or slaughtered his subordinates, it was an irreconcilable grudge no matter where it was. If one wanted to resolve it, one could only return an eye for an eye. One would not rest until one of them was dead. This kind of karma was huge. Even she dared not say anything to resolve it. Nevertheless, when she looked at Master Ku Rong, who was suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain, she seemed to have made a decision. She said in a deep voice, "Perhaps Ku Rong has offended you, but he's extremely important to the elemental elf tribe. If you can let him go, the elf tribe will owe you a favor, and we won't refuse any requests in the future." Princess Mingzhu clearly could not let go of Ku Rong because of something, so she had no choice but to speak sincerely. When she said that, it meant that the entire elf tribe owed him a favor. If he took it out at a critical moment, it might be able to turn the situation around. "The elemental sacred tree in your tribe is withering?" Di Shitian did not answer immediately. Instead, he changed the topic. He seemed to be asking casually. He sharply grasped the key point from Ku Rong's words. Princess Mingzhu frowned slightly and glanced at Ku Rong, who was suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain, with some dissatisfaction. This was originally a secret of the elf tribe, but he exposed it. If it was used by someone with ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the elf tribe. Elemental sacred tree? Lunatic Di, this is a good opportunity. Who knows, we might be able to rope in the elemental elf tribe, Ming said thoughtfully. What's the relationship between the elemental sacred tree and the elf tribe? Di Shitian immediately asked. He sharply sensed that this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elemental sacred tree is not an ordinary sacred tree. It's an innate spiritual root that has existed since ancient times. Ming licked his lips and said in a strange voice, "This spiritual root is very special. The tree contains the origin of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Any branch or leaf is the best material. It's the 5 elements' divine wood. It's rooted in heaven and earth and absorbs the essence of the 5 elements. It can bear elemental sacred fruits. There are no fruits in the sacred fruits. Instead, it's like a placenta that gives birth to the innate elemental elves. It can be said that the elemental sacred tree is the mother ancestor of the elf tribe." Ming quickly explained. The elemental sacred fruit only bore fruit once every 1,000 years. It gave birth to elves. However, only the first batch were innate elves. They had innate physiques and amazing aptitudes. There were only 3,000 of them. After that, the elf tribe could reproduce through the union of men and women. They could also give birth to a batch of elves every 1,000 years through the elemental sacred tree. However, the elves born in the future were all acquired physiques. There were no innate physiques. However, their aptitudes were also much better than those born through union. The bloodline in their bodies was purer and stronger. Therefore, every time the elves born from the elemental sacred tree were called sacred elves. When the sacred elves married other elves, the bloodline in the elf tribe would never be weak or exhausted. Many powerful elves would be born every time. A large number of powerhouses would be born. Therefore, the status of the elemental sacred tree in the elf tribe was incomparable to anyone else. It was more important than life itself. It had always been taken care of. Afraid of the slightest harm. And once something happened to the elemental sacred tree, it would be a fatal blow to the elf tribe. That's right. For some reason, the life of the primogenitor began to fade 1,000 years ago. Princess Mingzhu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "The life of the elemental sacred tree is fading? No wonder you elves suddenly came to my celestial clan's camp to ask for the source of life. After being refused by the patriarch, you directly tried to rob it." Hearing this, Heavenly's face showed a look of realization. "I'm sorry, for the sake of the primogenitor, no matter how difficult it is, we elves will never shrink back." Princess Mingzhu looked at Heavenly and the others. Although there was a trace of apology, it was immediately replaced by determination and persistence. There was a strong temperament in her. "Please hand over Kurong to me, Mingzhu will be very grateful." Princess Mingzhu respectfully bowed to Di Shitian. "What if I don't hand it over?" Di Shitian said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Then don't blame us for being impolite." The two young elves behind Princess Mingzhu took a step forward at the same time. With a cold face, they quickly pulled out a green arrow from behind their backs and narked it on their bows. With a casual pull, the bow was pulled into a full moon shape. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 899. Chinese Valentine's Day is here. Brothers and sisters, I wish you all a good time on Chinese Valentine's Day. The green arrow suddenly burst out with a bright green light. Inside it, there seemed to be a violent and mighty force, and there was a faint light of poison. The tip of the arrow instantly pointed at Di Shitian's throat and between his eyebrows. A kind of arrow aura broke through the air, as if it was going to pierce through him immediately. "You're threatening me." Di Shitian's face suddenly turned cold, and his body suddenly emitted an emperor's majesty. The terrifying pressure was formless, and it rolled toward the twin elves. Strange ripples appeared in the air. The two elves were ancient demon saint peak powerhouses. They already had 1 foot in the ancient heavenly demon realm. As for Princess Mingzhu, she was obviously an ancient heavenly demon realm powerhouse. Threatening? He hated being threatened the most. It's not a threat. I just hope that you can hand Kurong to the elf tribe. When we return to the tribe, no matter what you want, as long as we have it, we can give it to you. Princess Mingzhu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. In her words, there was a kind of conviction that she was determined to obtain Kurong. Even if she had to pay a high price, she had to get it. I hate threats the most. If I don't kill Kurong today, the world will think that I'm really afraid of the 5 Elements elf tribe if word gets out. Di Shitian sneered and stomped his foot in front of the 5 Fingers Mountain. Instantly, he crossed the boundary between heaven and earth and appeared on the 5 Fingers Mountain. If I want to kill someone, who can stop me? Clang. He instantly pulled out the tiger soul from the 5 Fingers Mountain. The unfettered king's Dharma Laksana had already been smashed into pieces. On the blade, the golden saber light rippled out like a fishbone. The golden war tiger inside roared toward the sky, emitting a bloodthirsty battle intent. Kill, kill, kill. Vaguely, the war tiger's mouth emitted a murderous roar. How dare you? The two elven guards' eyes were sharper than an eagle's. When they saw Di Shitien's action, they immediately released the war bows in their hands that were drawn into a full moon. Whoosh whoosh. Two green arrow beams shot out, as if they could pierce through the sun and moon. They shot towards Di Shitien's forehead and throat like lightning. Wherever the arrow beams passed, space shattered. The power contained within the arrow beams was actually comparable to an ancient early heavenly fae. It emitted a terrifying poisonous light. The chi in the arrow had completely locked onto him. If I want to kill someone, who can stop me? Di Shitien's eyes flashed with a dangerous light when he saw the two arrow lights. With a thought, he activated the immortal emperor body. 6 immortal divine rings appeared from his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sorrow, anger, bliss, fear, hearing, and taste. The 6 types of imperishable divine halos released 6 terrifying imperishable intents that instantly covered the entire space. At the same time, the tiger soul in his hand turned around and stabbed straight at Ku Rong's head. Bang bang! When the 2 arrow beams reached the 6 imperishable divine halos, there was a violent explosion. At the same time, the domineering power released from the divine halos backfired on the arrows. The 2 arrows immediately exploded and were annihilated. Oh no, why did I suddenly think of the fall of our ancestor? I'm so sad. The young elf on the left had tears in his eyes. Even the 2 of us together couldn't break through his defense. How terrifying is his strength? The elf on the right had a face full of fear. His entire mind was filled with fear. In his eyes, Di Shitien was like the most terrifying demon god in the world. His mind was instantly corroded by the imperishable intents. No, Di Shitien, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll offend the entire elf tribe. When the elf king attacks, you'll definitely die. Princess Mingzhu, quickly save me. I have a way to help you save the 5 elements sacred tree. Don't you want to know the reason why the 5 elements sacred tree's vitality is waning? True Lord Ku Rong shouted with a face full of fear. Mister, I'm sorry to offend you. When Princess Mingzhu heard that, she frowned slightly. She pulled open the war bow in her hand inch by inch. However, she didn't pull it to a full moon. She only pulled it halfway. In the war bow, a scarlet-red arrow naturally condensed. Rumble. The moment she drew the battle bow, the entire space around her began to tremble violently involuntarily. There was a series of rumbles as the vast power of heaven and earth surged into the battle bow like a tide. Whoosh. The battle arrow immediately turned into a stream of light and shot toward the tiger soul that was about to pierce Ku Rong's head. Boom. 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 The battle arrow contained blazing and violent flame energy. Wherever it passed, there would be terrifying explosions in the space. A large area of the void was instantly destroyed by the explosions. However, at the same time, Di Shitien casually formed a seal. A pitch-black ancient seal appeared in front of the battle arrow. The figure of Dao Tai appeared in the ancient seal. A powerful devouring force formed a black hole and swallowed the battle arrow in the blink of an eye. Bang! A terrifying explosive force came from the ancient seal and blew it up on the spot. The battle arrow and ancient seal were annihilated at the same time. What a terrifying arrow! Di Shitien's eyes narrowed. The battle arrow was so powerful that it did not possess the combat power of an early-stage heavenly demon at all. Legend has it that when the 5 Elements fairy clan was born in ancient times, the 5 Elements sacred tree dropped a branch that contained endless 5 Elements origin energy. In the end, the fairy clan found an innate spiritual embryo and fused the innate spiritual embryo with the branch. They even found 5 Elements spiritual pearls. After fusing them, they were refined into a 5 Elements demon destroyer bow. Its power was extremely domineering and terrifying. Even if an ancient heavenly demon saint obtained this battle bow, as long as his cultivation level was high enough, he could use the power of the battle bow to kill an ancient heavenly demon. An ancient heavenly demon could almost fight against an unparalleled expert with the battle bow. In ancient times, This supreme treasure was a top-notch existence. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the one in Princess Mingzhu's hand. Dark roared madly in shock. With Sakra's heaven-defying battle prowess, the ancient seal that he condensed couldn't be broken by even an ancient peak sky demon. However, it was shattered by a battle arrow that was only half drawn and annihilated at the same time. If it was drawn into a full moon, how terrifying would its power be? 5 elements demon destroyer bow? Di Shitian's eyes narrowed. No. At the same time, the sharp blade of the tiger soul fell from the sky and pierced Ku Rong's head into the ground. The green pearl in the tiger soul shone with a demonic light. The moment it pierced through Ku Rong's head, the tiger soul began to devour his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, one could see Ku Rong's body shriveling and becoming thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. Large chunks of flesh and blood were devoured. In a few breaths, Ku Rong's entire body was devoured completely. Not even his bones were left behind. You! When the 2 elven guards saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They took a step forward, their faces full of anger. There's no divine soul. Di Shitian murmured at the same time. What is true Lord Ku Rong's real body? There's no divine soul in his body. How is this possible? Could it be that his divine soul has completely merged with his body, immortal and indestructible like a ruler? Or is he just a puppet? Dark originally planned to take Ku Rong's divine soul out of his body and throw him into the underworld prison to interrogate him about the secret of immortality. He did not expect that there was not even a divine soul in Ku Rong's body. This was simply unbelievable. Ku Rong is indeed not simple. There's a big secret in his body. I have a feeling that this guy is not dead yet, Di Shitian said thoughtfully. He was also secretly shocked. This time, he did not shatter Ku Rong. Instead, he directly used the tiger soul to devour his flesh and blood. He was sure that there was not a single trace of flesh and blood left in Ku Rong's body. All of it had been devoured by the tiger soul. Even so, he still had a feeling that Ku Rong was definitely not dead yet. This kind of feeling was abnormally subtle. King Ku Rong who can't be killed. Lunatic Di, if there's a chance, you must find a way to bring King Ku Rong to the underworld prison. I'm sure I can interrogate him about the secret of immortality bit by bit. If I can get the secret of immortality, TSK, that's the real greatest wealth. The greatest treasure. Nether shouted ferociously. In ancient times, there were countless experts who were interested in Ku Rong's secret of immortality. However, none of them knew what he relied on to be able to resurrect again and again after death. This kind of ability was not an ordinary kind of terrifying and heaven-defying. It's over. Ku Rong is dead. The ancestor will never be able to recover. When the 2 elven guards saw Ku Rong being devoured, they felt as if the whole sky had collapsed. They had completely turned into ashes. Ku Rong is dead. Princess Mingzhu looked at the tiger soul that was inserted into the ground and took a deep breath to suppress the emotions in her heart. She looked up at Di Shitian, who was standing on the 5 Fingers Mountain. She pulled the 5 Elements Demon Breaker bow in her hand inch by inch, and a crystal-clear jade arrow appeared on the bowstring from the quiver on her back. True Lord Ku Rong's death was a disaster for the elves. The 5 Elements sacred tree was more important than their lives to the elves. When the sacred tree encountered problems, its life was rapidly draining away. The elves immediately took out all the source of life that they had accumulated to help the ancestor survive. However, as the source of life continued to be consumed, the source of life that existed in the elves was almost exhausted. However, true Lord Ku Rong suddenly appeared and said that there was a way to save the 5 Elements sacred tree. This was undoubtedly a ray of hope for the entire elves. All along, even if Ku Rong had many requests for the elves, no matter how excessive they would try their best to fulfill them. It was all for that glimmer of hope. However, that glimmer of hope was destroyed by Di Shitian on the spot. To Princess Mingzhu, this was an enormous responsibility. The thought that she was a sinner in the elves was pressing down on her so much that she almost could not breathe. Kill him. There was only one thought that flashed through Princess Mingzhu's mind. The 5 elements demon breaker bow was pulled into a full moon instantly. The tip of the arrow was quickly aimed at Di Shitian. Wait, I have a way to save the 5 elements sacred tree. Di Shitian looked at Princess Mingzhu, who was pulling the bow, and said calmly, "If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading." Chapter 900. Valentine's Day is here. Damn, I can only spend it writing again. How sad. Brothers, if you have tickets, please help me buy 2 tickets to soothe my broken heart. Wait, I have a way to save the 5 elements sacred tree. That one sentence was like the sharpest arrow, directly piercing into Princess Mingzhu's mind. That beautiful body couldn't help but violently tremble. The arrow that was originally aimed at Sakura, in an instant, quickly moved downwards. It moved away from him and pointed at the 5 Fingers Mountain below him. The 5 elements demon breaker bow that was pulled into a full moon suddenly left the bowstring and shot forward at lightning speed. Bang! The battle arrow shot into the 5 Fingers Mountain, and a domineering demon breaker power instantly erupted. The entire 5 Fingers Mountain instantly exploded into pieces. It was annihilated inch by inch. It turned into nothingness on the spot. The 5-finger mountain that even Ku Rong could not break was destroyed by the arrow as easily as crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. What a terrifying battle arrow. It's enough to kill an expert at the peak of the ancient heaven demon realm. No wonder it's said that those who have the 5 elements demon breaker bow can go against the heavens and fight against the unparalleled experts even in the ancient heaven demon realm. Dark was secretly shocked and exclaimed repeatedly. The 5 elements demon breaker bow's attack was really unparalleled. It could even shoot down the sun in the sky. You can save my clan's ancestor? Princess Mingzhu's bright eyes stared at Di Shitian without blinking. Princess, don't believe him. He killed Ku Rong, which is equivalent to destroying our clan's hope. The withering of our clan's ancestor is probably unstoppable. He's the one who cut off all our clan's hopes. Please use the 5 elements demon breaker bow to kill this demon and bring him back to the clan. We'll hand him over to the king for punishment, the 2 elf guards immediately said with hatred. Ku Rong was too important to the elf tribe. After Ku Rong saw the 5 elements sacred tree, it only took him 3 days to restore the sacred tree's vitality. Even the loss of vitality was slowed down by more than 100 times. This ability made almost all the elves believe that he had the ability to save the 5 elements sacred tree. Now that Di Shitian had destroyed this hope, it was equivalent to cutting off their ancestors' vitality. Tell me, how can they not hate and be angry? Shut up. Di Shitian glanced at the 2 guards and casually said 2 words. His voice seemed to contain some kind of inconceivable law. A mysterious and powerful force suddenly fell on them. Ah. The 2 guards opened their mouths and spoke hurriedly, but what they spat out were unconscious notes. There was no sound at all, which was very strange. Golden mouth and jade words. Princess Mingzhu's expression changed slightly. She instantly thought of this legendary ability. The 2 guards took a step back in fear. The feeling of not being able to make any sound despite being able to speak was not an ordinary feeling of terror. Do you really have a way to help our ancestor? Princess Mingzhu asked again, but this time, there was a hint of confidence in her voice. I can't guarantee whether or not I can save your ancestor. After all, I haven't seen your ancestor's situation with my own eyes. However, even if I can't save your ancestor, I can still keep your ancestor alive, Di Shitian said calmly. An ancient jade box appeared in his hand, and he casually opened it. Inside the jade box, a crystal-clear green crystal appeared in front of Princess Mingzhu and the others. What a powerful life force. Mr. Di, is this the source of life in the box? Tian Xiu'er's delicate face was full of surprise. He was secretly horrified. Who is Mr. Di? Not only is his combat strength heaven-defying, but an ancient early-stage heavenly demon was also beaten to the point that he couldn't even fight back. And now, he casually took out such a precious source of life. Even in the clan, There are only a few hundred of them. She stared at Di Shitian with a pair of curious eyes, sizing him up. 100 source of life. Princess Mingzhu's calm face involuntarily showed an expression of excitement and desire. She unconsciously took a step toward Di Shitian. In the jade box, there were a total of 100 source of life that contained powerful life force. Every one of them was crystal clear and emitted a tempting light. Even though she was close to nature and had a stable state of mind, she could not help but be secretly happy at this moment. This is great. 100 source of life. Just one of them can extend our ancestors' life by 10 years. 100 of them can give our ancestor another 1,000 years of life. She looked at the jade box with a burning gaze. All right. I believe in you. Please come with me. Princess Mingzhu immediately made up her mind and said softly. Her voice was like the sound of nature, making people unconsciously feel close to her. Mr. Di, you can't go. The elf clan is despicable and shameless. Not long ago, they forced our great elders 5 decay to come early in order to snatch the source seeds of life stored in our celestial clan. You have 100 source seeds in your hands. Once you go there, the elf clan will turn against you. Tian Xiu'er tugged at Di Shitian's sleeve while looking at Princess Mingzhu with vigilance. That's right, the elves are not good people. Tian Ru'er also softly said. Mr. Di, as long as you don't want to go, we will not be threatened by the elves even if we die. Heavenly's body was overflowing with a resolute aura. His face was full of unyielding determination. Princess Mingzhu's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness when she heard this. She did not refute. For their ancestor, even if the elves were despicable and shameless, they would still do it without hesitation. Even if they were spurned by thousands, they would still have no regrets. No need, I believe in Princess Mingzhu. Di Shitian calmly said, then looked at Heavenly and said, I will go to the elves, you don't have to go. Don't worry, I will be fine. If I want to go, there are not many in this world that can stop me. There was a strong sense of confidence in his words. Heavenly and the others showed a struggling look on their faces. After a long while, Heavenly cautiously said, Mr. Di, please don't worry, I will immediately ask Tian Xiu'er and Ru'er to return to the elves. We will ask our chief to go to the elves to save you. If they dare to harm you, the elves will not live under the same sky. The last sentence exuded a strong sense of threat. Obviously, it was said to Princess Mingzhu. Go. The original childishness on Heavenly's body disappeared in an instant. What he saw made him mature quickly. Without thinking, he quickly took Tian Xiu'er and Ru'er into the gate of heaven and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Obviously, they went back to the celestial tribe to ask for reinforcements. Let's go. Di Shitian watched them leave, but he didn't stop them. Instead, he looked at Princess Mingzhu and said, Please ask Mr. Di and Mingzhu to come. Princess Mingzhu didn't hesitate and quickly followed them into the gate of heaven. Di Shitian followed closely behind. I don't know what happened to the elven race's 5 elements sacred tree. Even with its innate spiritual roots, it actually showed signs of life force withering away. Lunatic Di, I'm afraid the truth behind this isn't as simple as it seems. Ming muttered in a slightly surprised manner. With the importance the elves place on the 5 elements sacred tree, if I can save the tree, it's possible to take the entire elven race for my own use and become a part of the demon city. The elves' archery skills are rare in the world. What Di Shitian valued was the combat power of the entire elven race. The 5 elements sacred tree was an innate spiritual root. Considering how long it had lived, it should have already given birth to consciousness. It could be said to be a different kind of life form. Once he gained its friendship, it would be extremely beneficial for him to take over the elves. Following Princess Mingzhu, they quickly shuttled through the gate of heaven. In his hand, there was a strange compass and a strange powder that he sprinkled on his body. Even if he passed by the ferocious beasts, he wouldn't wake them up. All kinds of secret techniques were an eye-opener for him. He didn't know how many gates of heaven they passed through. It took a full 6 hours. Along the way, they went straight from top to bottom and actually entered the 43rd gate of heaven's forbidden area. The gate of heaven's forbidden area was like an inverted pyramid with a total of 49 levels. They had reached the 43rd level, which meant that they had entered the core of the gate of heaven's forbidden area. Whoosh! Once again, under Princess Mingzhu's lead, they passed through another gate of heaven. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed. Countless towering ancient trees covered a large area. Many precious flowers, plants, and trees could be seen here with their own eyes. The entire space was filled with a natural charm. On top of those tall ancient trees, one could clearly see that there were many exquisite tree houses on the ancient trees. There were big and small tree houses, and there were elves busily going in and out of them. There were also elven children playing in the forest. Princess Mingzhu, you're back. Just at this moment, from mid-air, 2 bodyguards wearing light armor instantly appeared in front of Princess Mingzhu, blocking her path. While their eyes were respectfully saluting, they also quickly swept a few glances at Sakura from time to time, revealing a vigilant expression. I wonder who this is. Clearly, they were extremely suspicious of him. When Di Shitian heard this, he let out a cold snort from his nose and directly glanced at the 2 guards. From his eyes, there seemed to be a vast and unstoppable majesty. It directly pierced into their souls. Ah, that kind of majesty was simply unstoppable. The 2 elven guards, whose strength had reached the peak of the ancient demon saint, screamed at the same time. Their bodies, which were originally standing in mid-air, suddenly fell to the ground like weights. What's wrong with my 5 elements' true power? Why did it disappear? Why can't I mobilize my true power? The 2 guards fell on the spot and smashed onto the ground, making a heavy rumbling sound. On the ground, 2 huge marks were formed. In the blink of an eye, their cultivations were completely sealed. Provocation. Di Shitian would still be polite to Princess Mingzhu, but how could he ignore the 2 guards' vigilant gazes? Otherwise, they would really think that he was afraid of the elves. This scene fell into Princess Mingzhu's eyes, and a strange glow appeared in her eyes. She felt that Di Shitian's strength was even more mysterious. Sir, please don't be offended. It's just that the elves have been living in seclusion and rarely have outsiders come. I'll bring you to the place where the ancestor is. Princess Mingzhu immediately apologized softly, then said to the surrounding people, quickly, go and report to my mother that I'm bringing Mr. Di to visit the ancestor. With that, she led Di Shitian to the 5 elements sacred tree. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 901. Quickly report to the Queen. In the forest, a few figures quickly escaped into the forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of Sakura, these were like clowns jumping around. He didn't care about them at all. What he believed in was the supremacy of power. No matter what kind of powerful conspiracy was in front of him, in the face of absolute power, the conspiracy was just a small trick that couldn't be put on the table. A true powerhouse had a strong heart. My heart would never change, and I firmly believed that I was the strongest. Everything in front of him could be broken through by himself. As long as his will was not destroyed, his soul would be eternal. What a good elf tribe. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the tribe. There are so many hidden powerful auras. Along the way, Di Shitian glanced around. His will silently covered a large area of the void. Under the cover of his consciousness, he could clearly feel that in this elf space, there were elf powerhouses who had condensed their own wills and reached the ancient heavenly demon realm. The number was not small at all. There were thousands of them. He could not help but sigh secretly. Although the elf tribe lived in seclusion in the forbidden land of Heaven's Gate, the strength of the entire tribe did not decline by much. If these thousands of elf powerhouses were to go out, they would definitely be an amazing fighting force. Even the current demon clan could not produce thousands of ancient heavenly demon realm powerhouses. The elf tribe was indeed a tribe that worshipped nature. The surrounding air was filled with a rich natural aura. The flowers, plants, and trees were thriving. It was unusually comfortable. Following behind Princess Mingzhu, They walked all the way into the depths of the elf forest. Moreover, the deeper they went, the stricter the security became. However, Princess Mingzhu's identity could be said to be one of the most honorable existences in the elf tribe. Along the way, they did not encounter too many obstacles. Not long after, they had arrived in front of a lake with a radius of thousands of feet. In the lake, they could clearly see a towering ancient tree that was emitting a 5-colored divine radiance. It was no less than 5,000 feet tall. The dense branches blocked a large area of the void. It could be seen that the 5-colored divine radiance flowing on the ancient tree was somewhat weak and dim. It exuded an aura that was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Drip. On the ancient tree, drops of milky white dew constantly dripped from the leaves into the lake, rippling. The lake was filled with the same sweet dew. It contained rich 5 elements divine power. 5 elemental dew. TSK, this is 5 elemental dew. There's actually an entire lake of it. Heavens, in ancient times, a random gourd of 5 elements dew would cost tens of thousands of mixed yuan pills to buy. My goodness, there are so many lakes in one lake. If those ancient experts knew about this, they would go crazy on the spot. Dark's eyes widened as he stared at her. The 5 elemental dew was a top-grade holy water that could be used to concoct pills, cultivate various kinds of spiritual essence, and even improve one's physique during cultivation. If it was used to brew spirit wine, it would immediately increase the grade of the spirit wine. He had reached an unimaginable level. The Hunyuan elixir was similar to the Tianyuan elixir. In ancient times, it was a hard currency used in transactions. The Hunyuan elixir was formed by absorbing the chaotic energy from the primal chaos. It was very useful for experts. It should be known that the inner world was unable to absorb any energy from the outside world. It was a small, independent world. Therefore, the growth of the inner world had always been extremely slow and difficult. It required a lot of effort to constantly perfect it. If one had a Hunyuan elixir in hand, they could directly integrate it into the inner world to make it grow and become stronger. This was because the chaotic energy in the Hunyuan elixir was immeasurably beneficial to the growth of the inner world. Therefore, the Hunyuan elixir had always been the strongest hard currency in ancient times. However, the Hunyuan elixir could only be formed from the chaotic energy. Ordinary cultivators could never come into contact with it. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to condense it. Without special conditions, an ordinary ancient expert could only condense 1 Hunyuan elixir in a day. One could imagine how precious the Hunyuan elixir was. I didn't expect the 5 elemental dew to be formed from the dew condensed from the 5 elements sacred tree. The elves are really rich. Once they sell the 5 elemental dew, I'm afraid they won't be much worse than you, lunatic DI. Dark's eyes kept flickering with a strange light, as if he had a different view of the 5 elemental dew. This is the common mother of the elves, the ancestor, the 5 elements sacred tree. Princess Mingzhu stood in front of the lake, exuding a pious expression as if she had seen her ancestor. She respectfully knelt down to the sacred tree in the middle of the lake and prayed. Lunatic DI, there's indeed something wrong with the 5 elements sacred tree. Its life force is depleting at an alarming rate, as if it's being devoured by something. If we don't find the reason, the devouring speed will only get faster and faster. Dark's expression was unusually serious as he looked at the dim 5-colored radiance on the 5 elements sacred tree. Yes. This emperor also wants to know what it is that could make a natural spiritual root like the 5 elements sacred tree wither to the brink of death. Sakra similarly had a trace of intense curiosity in his heart. The purple-gold vertical mark between his brows suddenly exuded a strange charm. It quickly opened to both sides. A pair of cold, purple-gold eyes opened and stared indifferently at the boundless world. Following that, a vast pressure completely enveloped the area within a radius of 10,000 feet. What is this? The opening of the heavenly punishment divine eye immediately woke Princess Mingzhu up. Looking at the ice-cold eyes, a feeling of invincibility emerged in her heart. It was as if a lowly mortal had suddenly seen a supreme god. An irresistible thought emerged in her heart. This is The aura of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Let's hurry to the 5 elements divine spring. In the depths of the elven forest, there was an elven palace. In the palace, a woman who looked very similar to Princess Mingzhu, but more mature, was sitting on the elven throne. She wore a 5-colored crown on her head, on which was embedded a resplendent pearl. In her hand was an exquisite and ancient elven scepter. It was embedded with a strange 7-colored crystal. It exuded a natural charm. It exuded an ancient aura. She was the elven queen of the elves. At this moment, the moment Sakura opened his heavenly punishment divine eyes, she immediately raised her head and glanced at the location of the lake. Without even thinking, she took a step forward and her entire body disappeared from the throne. Eye of Heavenly Punishment, Delusion Breaker. A purplish gold divine light instantly shot out from the Eye of Heavenly Punishment and landed on the 5 elements sacred tree. Instantly, the scene of the sacred tree appeared clearly in his mind. What kind of eye technique is this? Princess Mingzhu was a little nervous when he shot out the divine light, but she could clearly feel that there was no power in the divine light that wanted to harm the primogenitor, so she didn't stop it. However, she was still secretly curious and kept thinking about it. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Such a powerful Eye of Heavenly Punishment. But, he's not from the Heavenly Punishment tribe. He's actually a yarrow. Not far away, in a hidden void, the elf queen was holding the elf scepter as she stood in midair. She carefully sized up Di Shitian. With this look, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She had originally thought that the one who appeared would be the most mysterious Heavenly Punishment tribe expert in the legends. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment had always been owned by the Heavenly Punishment tribe, but unexpectedly, the one who owned it was a Yao. Who is he? He also has a strong sense of majesty. The elven queen thought to herself, but did not stop Di Shitian from observing the 5 elements sacred tree. Good heavens, there's actually such a powerful 5 elements origin energy in his body. No wonder it's one of the most powerful innate spiritual roots in the world. However, the origin energy in this tree seems to be constantly being absorbed. Within the tree, boundless origin energy of the 5 elements continuously circulated and surged within the tree like a tide. It was as boundless as the sea. It was as if he had entered a vast ocean of 5 elements origin energy in an instant. Just a small portion of it could immediately transform into a sacred body of 5 elements. The 5 elements origin energy and life force are constantly flowing away. Di Shitian immediately sensed that the energy in the tree was rapidly flowing toward the roots, absorbing the sacred tree's immense life force at every moment. He was no exception to this. He quickly scanned his surroundings again. In the deepest part of the ancient tree, a core space filled with 5-colored divine light appeared in front of him. In that space, a 5-colored crystal heart was suspended. The life force in the heart was constantly weakening, and every time it beat, it was abnormally slow. It seemed to be extremely weak. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless rays of light gathered in the heart. Above the heart, a woman in 5-colored divine clothes condensed and appeared in front of Di Shitian. She exuded an ancient aura. There was an innate 5 elements flowing in her body. In an instant, it was as if he saw a divine puppet that controlled the 5 elements. You are the divine soul of the 5 elements sacred tree. The ancestor of the elven tribe. Di Shitian directly pierced through the core space. A purple-gold divine light appeared in the space, and in an instant, it condensed into Di Shitian's appearance. He was majestic. His gaze fell on the woman. My friend, I can feel kindness and hope in you. That's right, I am the divine soul of the 5 elements sacred tree, the ancestor of the elven tribe, the sacred mother of 5 element. The woman exuded a great and universal temperament that made people admire her, but her voice was abnormally weak. When Di Shitian saw it, he couldn't help but feel a trace of respect. This was the ancestor of a tribe. No matter who it was, she was worthy of respect. With your innate spiritual roots, logically speaking, your lifespan is endless and indestructible. It's hard to destroy. I just checked your body. The origin and life force in your body are constantly flowing away. What's going on? Di Shitian asked without hesitation. This was the real key. It's a curse. The sacred mother of 5 elements' face revealed a look of fear. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. I support the author, and I support the original readers. Chapter 902. Those with tickets, please help me up. Curse. Di Shitian felt as if there were thousands of lightning bolts flashing wildly in his mind. Not only was he no stranger to curses, but he also cultivated the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the world. The power of desire could be said to be the source of all living evil and the source of countless curse techniques. There were also many curse techniques in his body that condensed into curse seals that were branded on the 11th grade Black Lotus. There were a total of 15 curse seals: Heaven Wound, Soul Devouring, Withering Glory, Heaven Blinding, Tarsal Bone, Petrification, Decay, Sluggish, Blood Collapse, Gold Transformation, Divine Wound, Frost, Heaven Lock, God Binding, and Heaven Ugliner. Every single one of them was unfathomable and possessed an extremely powerful force. Moreover, he himself was the source of all evil. Any curse technique in the world would not have the slightest danger of backlash when cultivated. However, since the ancient times, the conjurer had completely disappeared. Even the legendary Valley of All Evil, the Cursed Land, had disappeared without a trace. It was an extremely thorough disappearance. Even curse techniques had become extremely rare. They could only learn a thing or two from the ancient books left behind in the ancient times. In the end, they could restore all kinds of curse techniques. However, they were also terrifyingly rare. Those that were passed down could be counted with one's fingers. Di Shitian was able to gather 15 types of curse techniques and obtain 15 origin curse seals. It was very rare. It's the curse that's eroding me. A hint of fear appeared on the 5 elements' Divine Mother's face. Suddenly, wisps of pitch-black smoke emerged from her body and turned into small chains that wrapped around her body and directly pierced into her body. Then, it bound him tightly. They pierced into her flesh. Ah! It's coming again. The 5 elements' Divine Mother let out a low and painful cry. The chains were like parasites that constantly devoured all the power in her body. The 5 elements' divine rings burst out of her body and were in a deadlock with the chains. However, the 5 elements' divine rings were defeated by the chains. They were constantly being eroded, and the 5-colored divine radiance seemed to be unusually dim. Even on her body, mysterious runes appeared faintly and were branded all over her body. It is indeed a curse. When Di Shitian saw the pitch-black chains, the light in his eyes seemed to be able to suppress the sun. Within the chains, he could clearly feel a strange and evil power flowing. The spell inside was something he had never seen before. I am in control of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. I am the source of all evil, the source of all curses. All curses in the world belong to me and listen to I. Quickly return to your positions. Di Shitian quickly cast the Book of Shocking King. The 11-tier Black Lotus in his body exuded a noble presence. In the space within the 5 elements sacred tree, he casually grabbed at the 5 elements sacred mother. Crash! The pitch-black chains that had been nibbling away at the divine mother of 5 elements seemed to have sensed the summons of their emperor. They stopped nibbling away and hesitantly turned towards Di Shitian. An astonishing power of desire continuously emerged from Di Shitian's body. Immediately, as if they had found their mother and seen their emperor, the chains happily separated from the divine mother of 5 elements. They quickly surged towards Di Shitian's hand and drilled into his palm. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. At the same time, outside the sacred tree, within the divine light that shot out from between Di Shitian's brows, pitch-black chains followed the divine light and drilled into his body. Before he could cover his ears, he was attracted by the 11-tier Black Lotus that was constantly rotating at a constant speed in the demon abode. The chains quickly drilled into the Black Lotus and collapsed in an instant. They turned into mysterious runes that intertwined with each other and spun along with the Black Lotus. From the inner world, a vast power of desire continuously poured into these runes, causing them to fuse together. In the blink of an eye, all the chains condensed into 6 complete runes. Just like the original 15 runes, they were branded on the 11-tier Black Lotus and completely fused together. They rotated with the Black Lotus. He fused his mind with the 6 new runes. Immediately, the information of the runes appeared clearly in his mind. It is indeed a curse technique. Deplete vitality, devour magic, psyche, soul lock, heart strike, plunder, blood curse. What a sinister curse technique. Deplete vitality to break the defense of the 5 elements primordial chi. Devour magic to devour the primordial chi of heaven and earth. Psyche to cause the soul to have nowhere to hide. Heart strike to cause unbearable pain. Plunder. It is indeed very strange. Di Shitian was secretly amazed. These 6 newly obtained curse techniques were completely completed and turned into his own. In total, there were 21 types of curse techniques. You can subdue the curse. As the curse chains were taken out of her body, the 5 elements Holy Mother, who was originally in unbearable pain, immediately relaxed a lot. She looked at Sakura with a look of pleasant surprise and expectation. It was as if a ray of light had suddenly bloomed in the darkness. As expected, you are my hope. Although I can help you remove these curse chains temporarily, I can't guarantee that I can help you. Di Shitian did not immediately make a promise. His divine eyes quickly scanned every inch of the 5 elements divine tree's body from top to bottom. He did not find anything strange on the main body. He only felt that the 5 elements divine tree was abnormally weak. The life force in its body was like a candle in the wind, showing signs of extinguishing at any time. However, when he scanned the roots of the 5 elements divine tree, the scene that he saw shocked Di Shitian. There is a situation. What a dense black fog. It seems that the entire root is bound by the black fog, Ming exclaimed. There is indeed a problem. The roots of the divine tree are bound by this black fog. Let me see what is in this black fog. What an evil aura. Di Shitian activated his eyesight. The purple-gold divine light instantly burst forth with endless power. The power of Delusion Breaker was unleashed to the extreme. In an instant, he saw through the black fog and saw the scene in the black fog. Countless roots were invaded and turned pitch black. In the middle of the roots, there was an item that was tightly wrapped around a pitch-black stone coffin, another black coffin. Di Shitian's eyes contracted violently. He unconsciously narrowed them into slits. On the surface of the black coffin, there were numerous pitch-black mysterious symbols that carried an endless evil aura. They were densely distributed on every inch of the surface of the black coffin, and they interweaved together, emitting a profound and mysterious energy. It was as if there were pitch-black chains that tightly sealed the black coffin. At the same time, many pictures appeared. Indifferent conjurers in black robes were chanting incantations and casting strange curses. They easily annihilated countless living beings. They fought with savage beasts and divine dragons. With a wave of their hands, all kinds of curses flew in the sky and cursed heaven and earth. It was like an epic of a conjurer. The power of a conjurer is indeed hard to predict with common sense. However, all curses and spells are just supplements to me. Looking at the epic, Di Shitian was deeply shocked. However, in the blink of an eye, he came to his senses. He basically knew that the 5 elements divine tree was indeed corroded by the evil curse that was emitted from the black coffin. That was why its vitality was constantly being devoured. It couldn't even break free. Swoosh. The divine light that shot out from the divine eye was suddenly retracted. I wonder if Mr. can find out the reason why the primogenitor's vitality is constantly flowing away. A clear and melodious voice sounded by his ear. That voice revealed a hint of nervousness that was difficult to detect. You're the Elven Queen. Indra raised his eyes and looked to his side. That elf queen who looked extremely similar to Princess Mingzhu, wearing a crown on her head and holding a scepter in her hand, impressively appeared in front of him. On her body, there was a kind of unique temperament and majesty of being in charge of a clan. Yes, the primogenitor is the mother of our elven tribe. Ever since the primogenitor began to mutate, she has been preventing us from getting close to her. We can't find out the real reason for the mutation. We can only watch helplessly as the primogenitor weakens day by day. The Elven Queen's face was filled with sadness and bitterness. As a child, how could she not feel pain when she saw her mother suffer? She looked up at Di seriously and said, "As long as Mr. can save the primogenitor, I'll agree to anything you ask of the Elven tribe." Di heard sincerity in her voice. However, he still said calmly, "I already have a rough idea of the cause of this matter. However, I'll have to enter the 5 elements divine tree personally to see if I can break the death calamity." When the Elven Queen heard this, her body couldn't help but tremble. A look of pleasant surprise also appeared between her brows. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, in the distance, an astonishingly powerful aura soared into the sky and rushed over. "Elven Queen, Di is an important guest of my celestial tribe. If you dare to force him to do something he doesn't want to do, my celestial tribe will fight with your Elven tribe even if we have to use the power of our entire tribe." An indiscernible voice quickly spread from afar. However, there was a supreme will that couldn't be disobeyed. In front of this will, anyone who dared to question that sentence would suffer a terrifying attack. The other party came very quickly. As soon as the voice fell, he had already appeared in front of the 5 elements divine tree. Beneath his feet was a snow-white auspicious cloud. On the cloud, Tian Yang, Tian Xiu and Tian Ru were also there. However, they were standing behind a middle-aged man in a white robe with a peaceful face. This middle-aged man, although he didn't look eye-catching and didn't have the slightest bit of handsomeness, but just standing there, he had a sense of existence that couldn't be ignored. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through the mysteries of heaven and earth. Tian Yunzi. Seeing this, the Elven Queen couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She spat out a sentence from her mouth. "Mr. Di, are you all right? This is the chief of our celestial tribe, Tian Yunzi. With the chief here, no matter how overbearing the Elven tribe is, they won't dare to force you to do anything you don't want to do." Tian Ru looked at Di with a flushed face and hurriedly said, "To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading." Chapter 903. A new week is here again. Brothers, if you have votes, please vote a few. Recommend, monthly votes, and support those who have votes. So it's Senior Tian Yunzi. Thank you for coming. Di appreciates your kindness. But don't worry, the Queen of the Elves didn't force me. Di looked at Tian Yunzi and nodded slightly. There was an unusual aura in him. At the same time, there was an indelible unique will in his body. This will allowed him to exist in heaven and earth, but he seemed to be separated from heaven and earth. He was unique and seemed to be blessed by heaven and earth. This was a peerless expert. The characteristic of a peerless expert was that his will had been completely perfected. He had his own unique will. He could change heaven and earth with just a thought. However, even in front of Tian Yunzi, even though he knew his identity, he didn't bow down to him at all. Instead, he treated him as an equal. He didn't show any weakness. This answer immediately made Tian Yunzi look at Di with a strange light in his eyes. As he looked at him carefully, he couldn't help but be surprised. On Sakra's body, he felt a supreme emperor's might that only belonged to an emperor, an indescribable noble aura. His every movement had a unique temperament that was full of vigor and vigor. He couldn't help but take him seriously. I can't humiliate him. Such a thought flashed in the depths of his mind. With an easygoing smile, he said, "It's all right. Little friend, you saved Little Flame, Xiu and Ru previously. I haven't had the chance to thank you for this matter. Coming here this time is just a small matter. You don't deserve it. But don't worry. As long as I'm here, if you don't want to do something, even if the whole elf clan is in front of you, they can't force you to do it." As he spoke, he glanced casually at the Queen of the Elves. His words were full of firm belief. "Humph. Tian Yunzi, do you really think that our elf clan can't keep you here?" The Queen of the Elves raised her eyebrows, and her body was full of the majesty of a king. She was not afraid of him at all. His eyes were fixed on Tianyunzi's face, emitting an indelible supreme will. He was about to crush Tianyunzi. In my opinion, we should first deal with the 5 elements sacred tree's mutation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the life of the sacred tree will continue to fade away. Every moment will be a terrible loss for the sacred tree, Di Shitian said calmly. 5 elements sacred tree? The ancestor of the elves. Tianyunzi fixed his eyes on the 5 elements sacred tree. With a single glance, he couldn't help but be startled. He said in astonishment, "How can the life aura of the 5 elements sacred tree become so weak?" Then, he suddenly realized something and said, "So the reason why you are fighting over the source of life is because of your elven progenitor." The hostility in his eyes dissipated in an instant. He finally understood why the 5 elements elf clan, who had always loved peace and revered nature, would suddenly attack his clan's land. He glanced at the elven queen with a sudden realization. Then, he carefully looked at the 5 elements sacred tree. The yin-yang twin fish imprint between his brows suddenly emitted an intense light. In the fish eyes of the twin fish imprint, a resplendent blood-red light appeared. A great omen? What on earth is in your ancestor's body? Tianyunzi's expression changed slightly. Even he felt a great omen. It could be seen that what happened to the 5 elements sacred tree was extremely terrifying. If he really intervened, he felt that there was a terrible danger that he would die and be seriously injured. "Let me go and have a look," Di Shitian said calmly. After that, without hesitation, he casually took a step forward. His body appeared in front of the 5 elements sacred tree without any warning. Then, he easily got into the tree and disappeared. How bold. Tianyunzi nodded subconsciously and thought to himself, the demon clan has such an outstanding expert. Could it be that the heavenly human clan has been hiding for too long, and the outside world has changed greatly? Back then, I predicted that the demon clan would be in danger of declining. It was very likely that we would never be able to restore the glory of the ancient times. Was there a mistake in my prediction? He thought to himself. I hope he can really save our ancestor. Otherwise, our elf clan will also suffer a great disaster. The elven queen looked at the 5 elements sacred tree nervously. She prayed in her heart. Mr. Di will be fine. Tianru and the other 2 also prayed in their hearts. Chi Fu. Di Shitian got into the sacred tree. With the help of the magic of the wood spirit orb in his body, his escape technique was no worse than Ku Rong's. With the 5 elements sacred mother's permission, he quickly shuttled through the sacred tree and got into the ground. The sacred tree was deeply rooted, and it went thousands of meters underground. In the blink of an eye, he appeared where the roots were. He got out of the roots. A ball of pitch-black fog rushed towards him. The black fog emitted an evil aura, as if it contained all the sins in the world. Just a touch of it could make people fall into madness and sin instantly. Humph! The emperor shocking the world, devours all the power of evil. Di Shitian was not afraid of the evil black fog in front of him. His face exuded endless majesty, as if he was the king of all evil. In the demon mansion in his body, the 11th grade black lotus suddenly started to spin rapidly. As soon as the surrounding black fog got close, it was immediately pulled by the powerful devouring force of the black lotus into his body through the countless pores on his body. It immediately entered the black lotus like a swallow returning to its nest. Rumble. The black fog contained the pure power of the curse. To others, it was simply a highly toxic substance. But to Di Shitian, it was an unprecedentedly great tonic. As soon as it entered the black lotus, it was quickly transformed into pure Emperor True Power and integrated into the black lotus. The Emperor True Power was the ancestor of the curse power. The Emperor True Power, which only occupied a small part of the black lotus, was continuously devouring the curse black fog outside. Although the curse black fog could not be compared to the Emperor True Power in terms of purity, it had the advantage of being huge and endless. The curse power in it could greatly strengthen the 21 curse seals in his body. After absorbing it, it could be transformed into the Emperor True Power with just a little refinement. It was no less than the all-nourishment soup. Reverse the black lotus, devour with all its might. The 11th grade Black Lotus suddenly reversed, spinning in a strange counterclockwise direction. With this reversal, all the Emperor true power in his body returned to the Black Lotus. There was no remaining half-dead true power in his body, just like a vacuum. His entire body turned into a terrifying black hole. At an even more shocking speed, it began to devour the cursed black fog around him. Outside his body, it formed a strange vortex. Nourishment, it's really nourishment. I don't know how many years this cursed black fog has been accumulating. You're going to benefit from all of this, lunatic DI. Dark shouted excitedly. However, it didn't dare to touch the cursed black mist. Rumble. In the Black Lotus, waves of pure Emperor true power were constantly being refined. In the blink of an eye, it filled almost 3/10 of the space of the Black Lotus. His true power increased greatly. I don't know what's in that black coffin. Could it be a powerful cursemancer? Di Shitian guessed in his mind as he walked quickly towards the black coffin. Chumph, cursemancers are a group of terrifying lunatics. Who knows what they're thinking? I was imprisoned in the eyes of the heavens punishment god. It must be their doing. Dark had a great prejudice against cursemancers. Whenever he spoke of them, his face would not be pleasant. According to the records, the cursemancer has disappeared without a trace, even the Valley of All Evil has disappeared. It seems like everything related to them has been erased. This time, we actually found a black coffin that is related to them here. Maybe we can get some clues from it and find out the reason. Sakura said meaningfully. We're here. Look. Ming cried out in alarm. Not far ahead, a 30 feet long and 10 feet wide black coffin stood before him. The black coffin was covered in mysterious symbols and emitted an evil aura. The lid of the coffin was tightly shut. A black fog so thick that it seemed almost tangible covered the entire coffin. Just by looking at it from afar, an evil will rushed into Sakura's mind from the black coffin. Your blood will dry up. Your eyes will lose their light. Your legs will lose the power to walk. Your arms will rot. Your heart will stop beating. Your bones will rot. Your face will fester. The words were like the curses of a fiend, and they echoed in Yang Qi's mind. At the same time, a strange power began to burrow into his body. Vaguely, his body was really starting to fulfill the curse. You want to attack I with a trifling curse? Are you blind dogs? Di Shitian snorted coldly, and with a thought, the curse power that had entered his body vanished. A vast devouring power swept through him, sucking all of the curse power into the 11th Order Black Lotus. It was refined into imperial true power. He was the root of all evil. If he were to be corroded by the curse power, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Yang Qi looked into the black coffin. The coffin was pitch black, but strangely enough, he could see what was inside. There was no corpse or body inside the coffin, as he had expected. There were two things inside. One of them was a pitch-black scepter. At the top of the scepter, there was a tiny crystal skull. It was lifelike and contained endless curse power. Its eyes shone with an evil light. The power of the curse almost completely froze one's mind. The entire scepter was covered with mysterious veins that intertwined with each other, emanating the charm of the desires of heaven and earth. The scepter seemed to be constantly absorbing the power of desire from heaven and earth. It was incredibly evil, but also shrouded in layers of mystery. Beside the scepter, there was an ancient black jade box. From the veins on the jade box, it was obvious that, just like the scepter, it was the work of a conjurer. That's the scepter of curses. Ming merely took a glance at it, and she couldn't help but exclaim with shock. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 904. This is the curse scepter. Could it be related to the cursemancer? Indra couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard Nether's shocked cry. All along, he'd rarely lost his composure like this, yet he'd actually exclaimed with surprise when he saw this scepter. He acutely sensed that the scepter within this black coffin was definitely not an ordinary precious treasure. It must be related to the legendary cursemancer. The cursing scepter is a scepter that only the cursing gods can use. The cursing gods are terrifying existences that even the strongest cultivators in the world have to avoid. Besides, each of the cursing scepters requires a lot of energy, a lot of materials, and a lot of cursing strength to make them. The skull on the scepter was only bronze in color, but now it has turned into a crystal. It's definitely a treasure that the cursing gods always carry around with them. How could it be sealed here? What's going on? Dark widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at everything in front of him. Others might not know, but it was very clear that in this world, there were only a handful of cursed scepters that could reach the crystal skull level. The cultivation of a cursemancer was filled with danger at every step. It intersected with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Every step forward was the line between life and death. This was the price they had to pay for mastering the curse art. In history, there were only a handful of people who could cultivate to the curse god level. In the eyes of others, every curse scepter was the most evil and terrifying evil weapon in the world. Not to mention touching it, even looking at it could cause one to be entangled with countless curses. They would die on the spot, and even their souls would not be able to escape. Every curse scepter was the curse god's life curse weapon that would never leave his side. However, at this moment, it was placed here in the black coffin. This scene was indescribably strange. The curse god's curse weapon. Di Shitian's eyes flashed. He stared at the curse scepter in the black coffin in a completely different light. He could feel a vast and boundless power from the scepter. Countless curses intertwined together, turning the scepter into the source of all curses. It blended together perfectly. He had already seen that the cursed black fog outside the black coffin was actually emitted from the cursed scepter. It seems that this black coffin is not simple. Sakra's heart shivered. He didn't let his guard down. Inside his body, he reversed the king's shocking world book. The massive amount of cursed black fog was sucked into his body like a tide. It turned into pure purple gold king's true power at an amazing speed. Like a whale swallowing everything, it engulfed the entire black fog. In the blink of an eye, it had devoured everything. In an instant, the space within the 11th grade Black Lotus was occupied by 40% of the royal true force. The cultivation power in his body had almost doubled in a way that was several times stronger. The black fog around the black coffin was completely devoured. Open. Di Shitian walked to the front of the black coffin. He extended his hand and gently stroked the surface of the black coffin, touching the ancient runes on it. With a thought, a powerful force instantly gushed out from his demonic body and pushed the lid of the black coffin in a domineering manner. He wanted to push the coffin lid open. Creak, creak. The black coffin made a soft, indescribable sound. It was as though a bronze door that had been closed for a long time was suddenly pushed open. On the black coffin, the tightly shut lid made a hoarse sound, and a small crack appeared on the coffin lid. What a heavy black coffin! Ming exclaimed in surprise. With Di Shitian's current cultivation, he had cultivated the extreme king indestructible body. His demonic body was as strong as an ancient peak heaven demon. His demonic body was so strong that it could uproot mountains and break seas. He could crush a mountain with a single finger. With a push of his palm, he could topple a 10,000 jong tall mountain. However, he only managed to push open a small crack on the black coffin. Humph! Open up! A touch of unswerving determination flashed across Sakra's face. Waves of power continuously surged into his right arm like a tide. On his entire arm, pieces of muscles continuously surged, just like a ferocious horned dragon. The majestic power was constantly applied to the coffin lid. Creak, creak, creak. The coffin lid was pushed open inch by inch. Clang. With a heavy thud, the black coffin was completely opened. In an instant, everything in the black coffin was presented before his eyes. There are 2 items in the black coffin. One is the curse scepter, and the other is this black jade box. A black box that can be placed together with the scepter is definitely not an ordinary item. Di Shitian looked at the black jade box. On the surface of the jade box, there were countless mysterious black lines that intertwined with each other, giving off a profound charm. Each and every one of the runes contained a boundless amount of power. They were constantly changing, making it impossible for people to completely capture their traces. They were densely packed and stacked on top of each other as though they were alive. They intertwined with each other and enveloped the entire black box. Jade boxes had always been the first choice for storing treasures. They could store spiritual essence or dharma treasures. The black box in front of him was covered by so many mysterious runes. This was not a restriction, but an unimaginable seal. Could it be that this black box contains the treasures of a cursed deity? A thought flashed through Di Shitian's mind. He vaguely felt an indescribable mystery from this black box. I'd like to see what's in this black box. Di Shitian stood in front of the black coffin and stretched out his hand, about to reach for the black box. Wait. Crazy Di, look at the bottom of the coffin lid. There's writing on it. Right at this moment, Nether suddenly shouted loudly in his mind. Immediately, Di Shitian's outstretched hand stopped. He quickly looked at the coffin lid that had been opened. He saw that there was indeed an ancient writing under the coffin lid. This writing was extremely ancient. It did not seem to be any writing that he could recognize. It was not demon script, ancient seal script, or divine script. This is a curse created by a curse master. Di Shitian understood. He had seen this type of writing when he received the legacy of the curse master. It was a mysterious curse that only a curse master could understand. With a thought, a strand of spiritual sense quickly came out of Xiao Chen's body and collided with the incantation on the coffin lid. The moment it came into contact with the incantation, information quickly entered Xiao Chen's mind through the spiritual sense. Plague deity. After Sakura got the message in his mind, his face couldn't help but change on the spot, and he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. His eyes snapped open, and he looked at the black box and said, "Seal." In an instant, countless mysterious seals appeared out of thin air. Streaks of snow-white and flawless, as if they were traces of the way of the heavens, rapidly sealed the black box from all directions. Each of the sealing traces contained an unimaginable sealing power. They could seal mountains and rivers. However, there were no less than hundreds of thousands of them. Crack. However, just as these seals were about to be imprinted on the black box, the originally tightly shut black box suddenly and strangely split open a tiny crack, opening the black box by a slit. BZZZ. As soon as the black box was opened, it was as if a terrifying magic box had been opened. Countless black fog spurted out from the black box. Strange buzzing sounds came from the black fog. Countless terrifying insects flew out from the black fog, each of them exuding the aura of death and disaster. They slammed into the sealing marks descending from the sky. Bam! One by one, the strange insects were suppressed by the seal mark. However, the seal mark was unable to stop the sky full of strange insects. It was almost completely destroyed on the spot. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so alert. However, you're still going to die today. In the past, that wretched Wu Butian actually used his cultivation to imprint a myriad of seals on his soul in order to suppress this god. However, how did he know about this god's ability? I am the plague god, the devil god of plagues. Even curses can't kill this god. Over the past tens of thousands of years, I still managed to erase a small crack in the seal. I didn't expect the heavens to send a conjurer who knows curse arts to me. Quick, open the box. I'll consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I'll let you be plagued with 1,000 plagues. You'll die a horrible death. From the black box, a strange voice rushed into Di Shitian's mind. Me. Demon god of plagues. You think you can threaten I? No matter how ferocious you were in the ancient times, you're only sealed in this box now. You want me to release you? You're dreaming. Di Shitian's expression suddenly became unusually solemn. He stared fixedly at the black box, looking at the demonic plague mist that was spewing out from the box. Who knew how many terrifying demonic plague bugs were contained within it? The demon god of plagues, the legendary demon god of plagues, the Mad Emperor. You can't let him escape from the box. Otherwise, the entire purple gold continent and the myriad worlds will suffer a calamity. Quickly suppress him. He must have taken a fancy to your physique that's not afraid of curses and wants you to help him open the black box's seal. Underworld was so frightened that he almost jumped out of the Underworld prison. His eyes were about to pop out as he shrieked, "I know, a curse god must have used a life curse to seal him in this box. No wonder there's a curse scepter in this black coffin. Quick, don't let a single one of these demon plague insects escape. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Every demon plague insect is an avatar. The demon god of plagues had almost driven him insane. Damned brat, you're just a puny heavenly demon. In the ancient times, this demon god could have killed countless of you. Since you don't listen, this demon god will do it myself. From the black box came another series of strange, vicious cries. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, the black cloud of calamity above the black box dispersed, turning into billions of tiny demon plague insects. All of them had different appearances. Suddenly, they madly pounced on Di. There were so many of them that it was almost enough to make one's scalp explode. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support legal reading. Chapter 905. It's a new week. If you have a ticket, please help me. While you're reading, please take a minute or two to recommend something. Ultimate Emperor Indestructible Body. Di stomped his foot on the ground, looking like an eternal, undying emperor. His body naturally exuded an unyielding, supreme will. When he saw the plague calamity bugs filling the sky, the divine light in his eyes was like a terrifying arrow that could pierce through the heavens and earth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 6 indestructible divine rings emerged from his flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye, circling around his entire body. The purple-gold, glassy divine rings spun as waves of astonishing indestructible will swept out from the divine rings. Ding, ding. Countless plague calamity bugs arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, crashing into the 6 indestructible divine rings. The plague calamity bugs were abnormally strange. As soon as they arrived in front of the divine rings, the originally corporeal plague calamity bugs strangely became illusory. They wanted to use their incorporeal bodies to penetrate the indestructible divine rings' defenses and directly rush into Di-Shitien's demonic body. Even a peerless expert would secretly pale in fright if they encountered such a technique. Once they entered one's body, it would be no laughing matter. However, what was even more inconceivable was that even though the insects of calamity had entered the state of nothingness, the moment they touched the inextinguishable divine ring, they were forcibly blocked on the spot. A crisp sound of collision rang out. The inextinguishable divine ring was actually able to completely block the insects of calamity. They were simply unable to corrode the body of the inextinguishable divine ring. Boom, boom, boom. The plague calamity bugs were instantly shattered by the overbearing ultimate emperor force that burst forth from the indestructible divine rings. Strangely, the shattered plague calamity bugs were instantly devoured by the divine rings. What kind of protective divine light is this? How can it stop this god's plague calamity bugs from entering the incorporeal body? No, you have the power of desire in your body. You're not an ordinary conjurer. How dare you directly absorb the power of desire into your body? How is this possible? No, this isn't the original power of desire. You've even fused it with Emperor's Tao. How can the power of desire and Emperor's Tao be fused together? A terrifying shriek came from the black box. It was as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mitch, even if you cultivate the power of desire, this god is not afraid of you. Since the nihility body cannot penetrate, this god will forcibly break through your divine ring. Explode for this god. Explode. Explode. The god of plague's angry roars echoed in the black coffin. Immediately, countless plague calamity insects pounced on the sacra once more, their bodies emitting a terrifying light of calamity. As soon as they got close to the imperishable divine ring, the originally small plague calamity insects began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it expanded dozens, hundreds of times. When it reached its limit, it exploded with a loud bang. Rumble. When the plague calamity worms exploded, they released a terrifying calamity power that was terrifying. Every calamity worm's self-destruction was enough to kill an ordinary ancient sky fae. Countless bugs of calamity exploded, and the explosion of destructive power poured down on the immortal divine rings. The immortal divine rings trembled violently, and the sixth immortal divine ring collapsed. Then came the fifth, the fourth, and the third. 4 divine rings instantly shattered. Extreme Emperor Imperial Seal, Doutai Seal. Sakra's hand quickly formed a seal. In a split second, one could only see a simple and unadorned ancient seal rapidly appearing outside his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Figures of ancient Doutais emerged from these ancient seals. They burst forth with a terrifying devouring power, transforming into black holes that frantically devoured the destructive power of the calamity bug's self-destruction. So what if you're the god of plagues? Since you've been sealed by the curse god's life-forbidden spell, you'll stay obediently in this black coffin for all eternity. Di Shitian's heart turned cold. The calamity bugs around him continued to self-destruct, and the resulting power was devoured by the Doutai seal. For a moment, they couldn't reach him. Divine Eye of Punishment. Between his eyebrows, the purple mark instantly opened to both sides, and a purple-gold eye suddenly opened. The eye was filled with an indifferent coldness, without a trace of emotion. Swoosh! A beam of purple-gold divine light shot out from the divine eye, sweeping across the calamity bugs that filled the sky. Instantly, the calamity bugs were enveloped by the purple-gold divine light at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were immediately annihilated, turning into dust. They were completely destroyed and turned into nothingness. The calamity bugs that filled the sky were swept away in an instant. Divine Eye of Punishment, Annihilation. Divine Eye of Punishment. How could a yarrow like you have the heavenly punishment divine eyes? Damn it, could it be that those cursements's plan really worked? The god of plagues let out a cry of disbelief. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Divine Eye of Punishment, Reincarnation. Di Shitian ignored the god of plagues' cries. Another beam of purple-gold divine light shot out from the divine eye, and this time, the divine light landed directly on the black box. Countless divine lights intertwined and covered the black box, interweaving into mysterious runes. On the black box, a pitch-black imprint of the Wheel of Reincarnation was formed. The moment the imprint of the Wheel of Reincarnation was formed, it spun strangely as if it had a life of its own. It seemed to pull the entire world into the cycle of reincarnation. The calamity bugs that had spat out from the black box did not appear at all. They were immediately sucked into the Wheel of Reincarnation, and in the blink of an eye, their imprints were obliterated. They were crushed into dust by the power of reincarnation. Reincarnation? You can control the power of reincarnation? You're a monster. It's impossible for such a monster to appear in this world, the god of plagues shouted in disbelief. Crack. However, his shouts were muffled by the sound of the black box closing, unable to spread out in the slightest. The thin slit that appeared on the black box was closed on the spot. I command, poison, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, ice, lightning, space, all become seals, seal the demonic box. Sakra closed the black box again, but he didn't relax. He spat out word by word, and every word seemed to carry the supreme power of commanding the rules of heaven and earth, able to connect and command the power of heaven and earth. He seemed to be the ruler of the entire world, commanding all the rules. Every word and action carried the supreme power, and a word could become the law of heaven and earth. This was not a request, but a forceful command. As soon as the words left his mouth, one could clearly see countless poisons in the surroundings rapidly converging, transforming into a poisonous seal that branded itself onto the black box. The 5 elements of heaven and earth intertwined, transforming into a seal of the 5 elements that branded itself onto the box. At the same time, wind, ice, and lightning all transformed into seals. Following Di Shitian's command, they sealed the black box tightly without leaving a single gap. Phew! Seeing that the black box was sealed again, Dark, who was in the nether prison, heaved a heavy sigh of relief and cried out, Fortunately, the god of plagues did not completely break free from the life-forbidden spell cast by the curse god. He only broke a small crack on the seal. Otherwise, if the real body of the god of plagues escaped, I'm afraid we would all die here. I'm sure that the power that the god of plagues showed just now was not even a billionth of his peak. Legend has it that wherever he went, plagues would run rampant, and even the ancient heavenly demons would fall in large numbers. He's simply a ferocious god of plagues. Its eyes were filled with lingering fear. This black coffin should also be a sealing treasure. Otherwise, how could the god of plagues, who could break the life-forbidden spell on the black box, not be able to escape? He could only use the curse scepter to stir up trouble. Di Shitian looked at the black box and the curse scepter in the black coffin. In the blink of an eye, he guessed the god of plagues' means and purpose. The god of plagues was sealed in the black box. With the life-forbidden spell seal, he could not break the seal in a short time. With the seal of the black coffin, although he could release plagues and calamities, he could not escape from the black coffin. However, the god of plagues was indeed powerful. He could use the curse scepter to release the power of the curse. Relying on the connection between the curse scepter and the origin of the black coffin, the power of the curse spread out of the black coffin and eroded the 5-element sacred tree's almost endless life force. With the help of the majestic life force, he wanted to break the seal on the black coffin. He wanted to destroy the power of the black coffin. Break the seal on the black coffin. With the endless life force of the 5-element sacred tree's innate spiritual root, there was almost a 90% chance that it could break the seal. In fact, 90% of the seal on the black coffin had been destroyed by this method. Otherwise, even if Di Shitian was the source of all evil, it would still be difficult for him to open the black coffin easily. However, he did not expect that all his plans would be destroyed with the arrival of Di Shitian. If it were someone else, the god of plagues might have been able to escape immediately. However, it was Di Shitian, the one and only monster in the world who came. Not only was he not afraid of the plague, he even sealed it in the black box again. The message left on the black coffin says that the curse scepter can open the path to the valley of all evil. This black coffin will only be a disaster if it stays here, Di Shitian thought to himself for a while. With a thought, he sent the black coffin directly into his inner world. Then, he used the book of the king's shocking world to wash the roots, which had been corroded by the curse power, clean them all. He turned around and returned to the surface. Before he left, he used his divine thought to quickly scan every inch of the surrounding area. He was afraid that he would miss anything. After confirming that there was nothing else, he left. After a long while, at the original location of the black coffin, a strange golden worm suddenly emerged little by little from the void. The eyes of this strange worm were staring at the direction where Sakra had left. Its eyes were actually emitting a substantial expression. It was a kind of inexplicable expression of astonishment, hatred, anger, shame, indignation, unwillingness, and so on. All kinds of emotions were intertwined together. Then, it quickly turned into nothingness and disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! At the same time, a dark figure appeared at the location of the black coffin again. What a strange god of plagues. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 906. Vote for me if you have any votes. What a brilliant move. Attacking you with the plague and calamity insects earlier was probably just a pretense. He had already hidden a doppelganger in the dark, waiting for you to seal his true body again and lower your guard so that he could escape in one fell swoop. Damn it, lunatic Di, you have already used the eye of heavenly punishment 3 times today. Otherwise, you might have been able to find his doppelganger. Ming looked around and found that there was no longer any aura in the surroundings. He couldn't help but say angrily. There was an inexplicable worry in his voice. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If I miss today, I might not really be afraid of him in the future. Di Shitian stood where the black coffin originally stood and said after a moment of silence. Even though he did not witness it with his own eyes, he felt an indescribable feeling when he used his divine thoughts to scan the surroundings. He scanned the surroundings but did not discover anything. Just as he was about to leave, he was worried and turned back again. That initial feeling disappeared all of a sudden. He guessed in his heart that the god of plague's doppelganger had probably escaped. Lunatic Di, you don't have to think too much about it. The god of plagues is an expert who stands at the pinnacle of the demon god continent. His strength is so great that even unparalleled experts would find it difficult to fight him alone. Even a curse god-level conjurer could not kill him and had to sacrifice his life to cast a life-forbidden spell to seal him. Even so, a trace of the seal was still destroyed. For such an expert to escape with a trace of his doppelganger, it is understandable that you would not be able to stop it with your current cultivation. Ming was afraid that Di Shitian would go into a dead end and hurriedly comforted him. Even if his doppelganger escapes, I will destroy his real body. Di Shitian said meaningfully. It's time to see the five elements' divine mother again. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and entered the five elements' sacred tree. He arrived at the core space of the sacred tree and saw the huge five-colored heart again. The originally dim five elements' divine heart gradually regained its vitality. The beating of the heart gradually became stronger and stronger. Countless roots were constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen its vitality. As soon as the five elements' sacred tree broke free from the erosion of the curse, it immediately began to recover. Thank you, little friend, for helping me get rid of thousands of years of bad luck. The five elements' heart flashed, and the five elements' Holy Mother appeared again. On her body, the countless curse chains that were originally wrapped around her body had completely disappeared. A natural charm appeared on her face. She revealed a relaxed and comfortable expression. When she saw Di Shitian, she quickly bowed. This time, Di Shitian had helped her break free from the curse. This kindness was simply too great. It was a true life-saving grace. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before her life force would be completely devoured. Don't worry about it. It's just that I happen to have the ability to restrain the curse. It's not a big deal, so there's no need to worry too much about it. Indra nodded calmly and said, the source of the curse has already been collected by me, and it won't appear again in the future. However, in my opinion, you have suffered from the corrosion of the curse for thousands of years, and the vitality in your body is on the verge of drying up. I'm afraid it has already damaged your foundation. He had long been clear about the five elements sacred trees situation. When he said it, he hit the nail on the head. You are indeed unparalleled, fellow Daoist. The five elements Saint Mother's face turned gloomy. She said, the corrosion of the curse. Although I look better now, my body has suffered irreparable damage during the process of corrosion. Without a special treasure, even if I recover, I am afraid that I will be much weaker than before. After being robbed of her origin and vitality, even a natural spiritual root would suffer irreparable damage. The five elements sacred fruit that could bear one five elements sacred fruit every 1,000 years might not be able to bear another sacred fruit in the next 3,000 or 4,000 years. There might even be a possibility of a calamity. Lunatic Di, your chance has come. Nether sat on the wheel of reincarnation, his eyes wide open. Di Shitian smiled calmly and suddenly said, I wonder if you have any plans to move to another place. Move away from here. The five elements Holy Mother looked at Di Shitian in shock. She said, fellow Daoist, you should know that as a natural spiritual root, I have very strict requirements for the environment I grow in. This is the land of the five elements, the most suitable place for me to take root. Moreover, this is the forbidden land of Heaven's Gate, so I can avoid external disturbances. She was a five elements sacred tree, so she needed a large amount of five elements power to grow. Only a land of the five elements could be suitable for her growth and nourishment. Otherwise, if she took root in ordinary land, it would not be the earth nourishing her, but her returning the five elements source to the earth. In her current situation, she could not bear it at all. Di Shitian stared into the five elements Holy Mother's eyes and said softly, living soil of the 9 heavens. What? The five elements' Holy Mother's face changed dramatically. Her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with countless colors, revealing a look of expectation and desire. She quickly exclaimed, "Do you know where to find the living soil of the 9 heavens? To be honest, I am the demon king of the demon race, Di Shitian. I have the supreme artifact demon city, and there is 100 herb garden made by the living soil of the 9 heavens." Di Shitian said leisurely. He talked with the Holy Mother in the 5 elements sacred tree for a few minutes. Then, he came out of the sacred tree. He. Abducting the 5 elements sacred tree is equivalent to abducting the entire 5 elements fairy race. This time, I've made a big profit. Underworld was in the underworld prison, smiling from ear to ear. He came out of the sacred tree and returned to the 5 elements spring. "Mr. Di, are you okay?" Heavenly and the other two saw Di Shitian come out in one piece, so they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Mr. Di, how is the ancestor?" At this moment, the elf queen asked anxiously, without any of the calmness of a peerless expert. "The Holy Mother of the 5 elements asks you to come over. We have something to discuss." Di Shitian showed a smile, nodded, and said to the elf queen, "Excuse me." When the elf queen heard this, a hint of joy flashed between her brows. After saying this to Di Shitian in a friendly manner, she quickly went into the 5 elements sacred tree. Obviously, she was anxious to know the specific situation of the sacred tree. "Little friend, you have good means." Tian Yunzi's pair of eyes fell on Di Shitian, and said meaningfully, "This time, little friend can save the 5 elements sacred tree, which is a great favor to the Celestial clan. As long as little friend comes in the future, the Celestial clan will receive you with the etiquette of a distinguished guest. As long as there is a need, as long as it is within our ability, we will not refuse. With little friend's cultivation, you rashly entered the forbidden area of Heaven's Gate. I don't know what is the reason. Tell us, and perhaps the Celestial clan can help." As a peerless powerhouse, he was very experienced. At a glance, he could tell that Di Shitian's identity was not simple. His purpose in coming to the forbidden area of Heaven's Gate was even more complicated. However, this time, he had indirectly resolved a fierce battle between the Celestial clan and the Elf clan. If the sacred tree was not cured, the Elf clan would definitely rob it at all costs in order to obtain more source of life. At that time, if the two clans fought, who knew how many casualties there would be? Perhaps, they would suffer a heavy blow and completely decline. However, Di Shitian's action had inadvertently resolved a great calamity. This favor was on the surface. Even Tian Yunzi wouldn't deny it. "For heavenly gates." Di Shitian's eyes lit up. He did not show any fear in the face of Tian Yunzi's question. Instead, he calmly said, "What?" Tian Yunzi's originally calm eyes suddenly burst out with a terrifying light. A monstrous will suddenly crushed toward Di Shitian. In an instant, it was as if the whole world had turned upside down. The sky was falling and the earth was sinking. That will almost suffocated people on the spot. The way of the emperor is to dominate the world, control everything, step on the 4 poles, and control the sun and the moon. If the heart is like the emperor, it will not be frightened even if the sky collapses. The way of the emperor is to have a constant heart. In Di Shitian's mind, the Emperor Tyrant Heart Sutra flashed wildly. Every word was like a pearl or the sound of the great Tao. In his mind, he visualized himself as a peerless emperor. With a thought, he could destroy the world. Even if the world collapsed, his heart would not move, and his soul would not die. The Supreme Emperor will in his body suddenly burst out. In an instant, his whole body seemed to become incomparably tall and big. He was like a towering giant. The two wills collided. Rumble. In the void, the space was distorted, and a terrible vortex appeared. In the sky, dark clouds emerged out of thin air. Countless lightning flashed, and a terrible change appeared. However, the two wills only collided for a moment before they immediately withdrew into their bodies. The will of the Emperor. You are the demon emperor of the demon clan. Tian Yunzi withdrew his will and returned to his peaceful appearance, as if he had never made a move. It was just a simple probing, but it had imperceptibly raised the importance he attached to Sakura by who knows how many levels. The Celestial clan was good at divination, so they had long known about the outside world. Naturally, they knew about the appearance of a new demon emperor. The moment they sensed the will of the emperor, they confirmed his identity. What a terrifying will! Tian Yang, Princess Mingzhu, and the other two turned pale. In the collision of wills just now, they only felt that the world was about to collapse. A sense of powerlessness made them involuntarily feel fear. This is the will of the strong that Mother talked about, the key to becoming a peerless expert. It is the symbol of the strongest among the ancient giants. Princess Mingzhu's mind quickly turned. Demon Emperor, are you here to take away the 4 gates of heaven? Tian Yunzi said in a serious tone. That's right. At this moment, Di Shitian did not need to hide or deny. If you want to see the 4 gates of heaven, I can take you there. However, whether you can move them or not depends on your own ability. If you can succeed, Tian Yunzi will shamelessly ask the Demon Emperor to leave a place for our Celestial clan in the Demon City. Tian Yunzi seemed to be implying something else. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 907. I'm about to reach the 900th chapter. Sigh, I'm a little emotional. This has already exceeded my previous limit. What? Mr. Di is the Demon Emperor of the monster race? Demon Emperor of the monster race? I heard from my mother that the monster race suffered a great disaster in ancient times. Their status was stolen by the human race and they were wantonly suppressed. But now, it seems that the situation in the outside world has changed greatly. The Demon Emperor has a noble status. He actually came to the forbidden area of the Gate of Heaven for the 4 gates of heaven. The gates of heaven have been standing for hundreds of millions of years, and no one has ever been able to take them away. It is said that the Celestial race and the Elf race entered the forbidden area and reached an agreement with the spirit of the Gate of Heaven to guard the entire forbidden area in exchange for the right to live in the forbidden area. Hearing the conversation between Di Shitian and Tian Yunzi, Heavenly, Princess Mingzhu, and the others all showed a surprised expression and secretly murmured in their hearts. The 4 gates of heaven, for them, couldn't be more familiar. The Celestial race and the Elf race were the guardian races of the Gate of Heaven. Naturally, they knew that the entire forbidden area relied on the 4 gates of heaven. Once the 4 gates of heaven were taken away, the power of the so-called forbidden area would immediately be greatly reduced and dissipated by more than half. The Celestial race and the Elf race lived in seclusion here, relying on the forbidden area of the Gate of Heaven as a barrier. Once the forbidden area was no longer there, the purpose of their seclusion would immediately disappear. This was a matter of vital interest to the 2 races. The most important thing was that the Gate of Heaven was not easy to take away. Countless powerhouses wanted to see it, but it was as difficult as ascending to the sky. This was a top innate spirit treasure that had really existed for countless years, and it had nurtured the existence of an innate spirit treasure. It was a supreme treasure with its own consciousness. I also agree. At this moment, the pitilessly beautiful elf queen had already walked out of the holy tree. The expression on her face was a little strange, and the way she looked at Di Shitian was particularly different. On the surface, there was no trace of arrogance. She said in a delicate voice, however, although we are the guardian races of the Gate of Heaven, we can only take you to the Temple of Heaven. As for the rest, it's all up to you. Then, he turned to look at Tian Yunzi and said, Tian Yunzi, I had no choice but to offend you on behalf of the primogenitor. Our fairy tribe can't do anything about Tian Ming's heavenly human decay. However, this 5-elemental divine wood is a gift from our patriarch to the heavenly human tribe. The elf queen said with an apologetic look in her eyes. Then, a psychic jade box slowly flew toward Tian Yunzi, which contained a section of 5 elements divine wood. This was a truly supreme treasure. Just by looking at the 5-elemental devil breaker bow, one could tell how precious it was. Seeing this, Tian Yunzi's eyes lit up, and he put the jade box into his sleeve. The heavenly human tribe and the fairy tribe were both guardian tribes and had no grudges against each other. If it wasn't for the 5-element sacred tree, the previous incident wouldn't have happened. Seeing that the Elven Queen had somewhat resolved the karma, he naturally would not make things too difficult for her. Most importantly, the compensation from the 5 elements divine wood was something that even an unparalleled expert would be tempted by. Do you plan to go now or some other time? Tian Yunzi looked at Di Shitian and asked. Of course, the sooner the better. Di Shitian didn't hesitate at all. The ultimate goal of this trip was to find the 4 directions heavenly gates. Originally, there were 49 gates in total, and each gate contained countless disasters. There was a chance that one might really die in there. Now, with the help of the 2 guardian tribes, the heavenly human tribe and the fairy tribe, he could rely on the heavenly human tribe's powerful ability to seek luck and avoid disaster. It was simply a ladder to the 4 directions heavenly gates. If he missed it, he would really miss out on a great opportunity. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? Moreover, he was also worried that there would be unforeseen events at the heaven-reaching tower. The Celestial Emperor's chariot was just a distraction. Once they realized that he wasn't inside, there might be other forces secretly plotting something. What kind of tricks would they play? The 4 directions heavenly gates were important, but so was the demon summoning banner. The Rock Demon King once said that there is a guardian guarding the Tian Peng mystic realm. I wonder which expert of the demon tribe it is. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. Well, let's go to the 4 directions heavenly gates. Tian Yunzi and the fairy queen looked at each other, nodded, and said in unison. Without much hesitation, Tian Yang and the others stayed in the fairy tribe's territory, while Tian Yunzi, the fairy queen, and Di Shitian quickly shuttled through the heavenly gates. With Tian Yunzi's ability, his ability to seek luck and avoid disaster had reached a superb level. Shuttling quickly through the heavenly gates, they didn't enter the so-called danger zone even once. Step by step, they quickly stepped into the heavenly gates. Lunatic Di, the 4 directions heavenly gates are top innate spirit treasures. They have existed for countless years, and the innate spirit treasure has been born in them. The intelligence of the spirit treasure is absolutely not inferior to anyone. With their identity, even a peerless expert can't make them willingly follow you. What method do you have to persuade them? Dark finally couldn't help but ask while heading to the 4 directions heavenly gates. As top innate spirit treasures, each heavenly gate was able to suppress a peerless expert. Its power was absolutely not weaker than the gate of myriad tribulations in the cave of myriad tribulations. They must have their own pride. Even a peerless expert couldn't subdue them. With Di Shitian's current strength as an ancient heavenly demon, the hope was probably even slimmer. But Di Shitian came with full confidence. It was full of doubts and couldn't get rid of them. Let me ask you, as an innate spirit treasure, what do you desire the most? Di Shitian smiled faintly and suddenly asked. What do you desire the most? These words immediately caused Ming to be slightly stunned. During the ancient times, it was the artifact spirit of the Nether Scripture. The Nether Scripture itself wasn't a natural spirit treasure that was born from within the chaos, and it was refined by the Nether Emperor by fusing a natural spirit embryo with countless spirit materials. Since its birth, it had been in charge of the 18 layers of hell in the Book of Death. Torturing the experts who were detained in the hell every day was its favorite thing. If there were no accidents, it would rather live a life of torturing criminals forever. What did an innate spirit treasure really want and desire? It was really confused. For a moment, it couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When Di Shitian saw it, he smiled mysteriously, but his eyes were filled with incomparable determination. This time, I must obtain the 4 directions heavenly gates. Otherwise, my demon city will never be able to be truly powerful and as stable as a rock. Only the true 4 directions heavenly gates are worthy of guarding the supreme demon court. No matter the price, he had to obtain the 4 directions heavenly gates. With Tian Yunzi and the Elven Queen leading the way. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Although it took a certain amount of time to travel through the heavenly gates, This amount of time was only in the blink of an eye, so it wasn't surprising. Not long after, they passed through countless heavenly gates. Finally, they appeared at the location of the 49th heavenly gate. The heavenly gate was in the shape of an inverted pyramid. The further down they went, the smaller the area of the heavenly gate. The number of heavenly gates that appeared would also decrease. However, the dangers that existed in the heavenly gates would become even more powerful and terrifying. This is the 49th heavenly gate. Di Shitian stopped and glanced around. There were no longer countless heavenly gates in front of him. Instead, there were only 4 ancient heavenly gates standing in the 4 directions, sealing off the 4 poles. The other areas were filled with chaos and darkness. There was nothing there at all. Clearly, the only things that were placed in front of him were the 4 heavenly gates outside his body. That's right. These 4 heavenly gates are the last heavenly gate, and they are also the most dangerous. Tian Yunzi nodded and replied. Only one of the 4 heavenly gates leads to the 4 directions divine palace, while the other 3 lead to the most terrifying and dangerous places. Once involved, even peerless experts will die in there. Those who come here rashly and don't have monstrous luck will probably die here, the Elven Queen said with a somewhat serious expression. The entire 49th heavenly gate was a choice of one of the heavenly gates. 3 of it was death, and 1 of it was life. It was absolutely dangerous and terrifying. However, with Tian Yunzi and the others around, Di Shitian naturally didn't have to face such a difficult choice. Let's go. Tian Yunzi glanced around and led the way into the southern heavenly gate. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Elven Queen followed behind, and Di Shitian didn't hesitate either. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. He appeared in an inexplicable space. What a strange space. I can't absorb any of the vital energy of heaven and earth here. Even the power of desire and all other powers are prohibited. As soon as he entered the space, his senses of the surroundings immediately appeared in his mind. The moment the teleportation power around him dissipated, he immediately opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. What appeared in front of him was a vast and boundless void. There was nothing in this space, not even the vital energy of heaven and earth. It was like a dead and empty land. Here, every bit of energy consumed couldn't be replenished by the vital energy of the outside world. Every bit of energy consumed was really consumed. It was as if he was breaking through the barrier between an ancient giant and a peerless expert. And in this void, there was a huge and ancient temple standing tall. There was nothing superfluous on the divine palace. It looked just like an ordinary palace, but there were traces of the heavenly Tao on it. There was no trace of extravagance. It was just a kind of restoration. That said, the gate in the shrine appeared to be extremely ancient and mysterious. It was tightly shut. Monster King, this is the 4 directions divine palace. The seniors of the 4 directions heavenly gate are in the divine palace. However, if you want to see them, you have to open the door with your own strength. Otherwise, you have to leave by yourself. Tian Yunzi looked at the divine palace in front of him. After bowing slightly to the divine palace, he opened his mouth and said, "Once you enter the divine palace, don't provoke them. Otherwise, even we can't save you. Once you are exiled, no one can find you." The Elven Queen also cautioned him seriously. "Thank you," Di Shitian said and walked toward the divine palace. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. I support the author and the original reading. Chapter 908. Next target, 1000 chapters. The 4 cardinal heavenly gates, I, Di Shitian, am here. Standing in front of the ancient and mysterious temple, Lu Cheng looked at the ancient stone door in front of him. There was no trace of axe chi on the stone door. Instead, there were traces that seemed to have been imprinted on it by the passage of time. Although they were messy, they intertwined with each other and exuded a mysterious power. It was as if there was an unprecedented heavenly demon standing in front of him. Standing in front of him. Lu Cheng could feel the majestic qi coming from the stone door. What a great four-cardinal heavenly palace. Even the stone door has such a terrifying qi. Di Shitian praised in his heart. My goodness, this is indeed the place where the four cardinal heavenly gates live. If one's cultivation base and state of mind were slightly weaker, they would be suppressed by the majestic qi just by standing in front of the stone door. They wouldn't even be able to get up. Dark stared at the four cardinal heavenly palace without blinking. He also knew that whether he could get the four cardinal heavenly gates would depend on today. He could easily pass through the forbidden lands of the heavenly gates with the help of Tian Yunzi and the others. However, he could only enter the four cardinal heavenly palace with his own strength. Bang! Di Shitian reached out his right hand and placed it on the stone door. When he touched it, he naturally felt an incomparably heavy coldness. It was as if it was the heaviest and hardest divine metal in the world. It was cold and emotionless, but it was as steady as Mount Tai. Open it for eye with a thought. The vast power of blood and flesh in Sakra's body surged into his right arm like a tide. On his originally well-proportioned arm, the muscles surged crazily like a dragon. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a wave of energy and poured onto the stone door. With this push, the 10,000 feet tall mountain peak was about to be pushed down on the spot. Boom! Boom! Wave after wave of force bombarded the stone door. The entire stone door emitted waves of ancient rumbling sounds. Faintly, it trembled continuously. However, the frightening thing was that the stone door remained tightly shut. There were no signs of it being pushed open at all. So heavy. Dark was secretly shocked. Ultimate Emperor indestructible body, Ultimate Emperor creation palm, heaven-raising hand. Open it for eye in an instant. Sakra raised his eyebrows and emitted an irresistible emperor's aura. At the back of his head, his black hair instantly broke free from the bondage of the headband and wantonly fluttered behind his head, making him look even more insolent. It's just a door. Do you think I, Di Shitian, can't open it? Boom. Boom. With a thought, Xiao Chen no longer held anything back. He activated the immortal emperor body and many undying divine rings appeared in his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. 6 dazzling, glass-like god rings spun around the curse god. As they spun, the space around them showed signs of twisting. They quickly converged into his right arm. All of a sudden, his entire right arm seemed to have 6 divine halos. From the divine ring, a vast and mighty power surged out. The power in his entire right arm instantly increased by 100-fold. At the same time, a supreme will that seemed capable of holding up the sky burst forth from his hand. With this will, even if the heavens were to crush him, this arm would be able to lift him up. Power, this was the pinnacle of power. Clang, clang, clang. The vast and mighty power poured onto the stone door at the same time. This power could almost change the heaven and earth. Even the stone door, which had been tightly closed, could not help but tremble violently. With a heavy sound, it slowly pushed open the temple. At the same time when the stone door was pushed open, a dazzling divine brilliance blossomed from the shrine, emitting a powerful devouring power. It wrapped around the Sakra and sucked him into the shrine. Clang. The moment Di Shitian entered the temple, the stone door closed again. Tian Yunzi, you're good at deducing heaven's secrets. Do you think the demon emperor can be recognized by the 4 cardinal gates and obtain the gate of heaven? After seeing Di Shitian enter the temple, the elf queen could not help but ask. No one can control the demon emperor's fate except for himself. Tian Yunzi said in a meaningful tone. What? A hint of surprise flashed across the elf queen's eyes. She looked at Tian Yunzi seriously and found that he was not joking at all. She could not help but think to herself, no wonder. With her cultivation, she naturally understood the meaning of Tian Yunzi's words. It should be noted that even a peerless expert, who had broken free from the shackles of heaven and earth, could not completely break free from the shackles of the river of fate. Although it was very difficult to be stopped by external forces, it could still be traced. When the heaven's secrets were divined, they were still in the river of fate. It could not be completely blocked. For a long time, only an immortal dominator could completely break free from the river of fate. He could no longer be controlled by any force. However, Tian Yunzi said that no one could control Di Shitian's fate. This was no doubt equivalent to saying that even in the long river of fate, Di Shitian's fate was still undetectable and uncontrollable. In antiquity times, this situation was called stealing heaven's secret. One's fate was controlled by oneself. How much one could achieve in the future depended entirely on one's heart. Every stealing heaven's secrets person, as long as he or she did not die, was a peerless genius with limitless achievements. They had the hope of becoming a dominator. No wonder Tian Yunzi said that he wanted the monster emperor to leave a place in the demon city. It turned out that he thought highly of the monster emperor's future achievements. The elven queen understood tacitly. She began to ponder in her heart. She recalled the conversation between the five-element saintess and silently sank into contemplation. Bang! At this moment, Di Shitian entered the temple with a dull sound of the door closing. He glanced around the temple. There was nothing superfluous in the temple. There were no exquisite carvings or majestic pillars. There was only an altar suspended in mid-air. On the altar, 4 ancient gates of heaven stood quietly. Each of them seemed to contain the ancient aura and traces of time. Countless mysterious runes intertwined on the gates of heaven. They did not move at all. They just stood there as if there were only the 4 ancient gates of heaven in the whole world. There was a mighty force in the gates of heaven that could intimidate one's divine soul. They were full of endless majesty. One look at them could shatter one's mind. The invisible pressure almost filled every inch of the temple, making people not dare to take half a step forward. It was not inferior to the gate of all tribulations that he saw in the past. In fact, it was even more ancient. A white jade staircase extended down from mid-air, directly connecting to the front of the altar. There were 49 steps on the stairway, and the distance between each step seemed to be as great as the distance between heaven and earth. There were ancient runes intertwined with mysterious colors on the stairway. It was like a stairway to heaven that led to the ancient heaven. It's you who wants to see us. Then come up from this stairway to heaven. You can't pass. Get out of the temple. 4 voices reverberated from the altar. They entered Di Shitian's ears. Test. It was an undisguised test. It was the consciousness of the 4 gates of heaven. It clearly indicated that if one could not walk up the stairway to heaven, one was not qualified to see them and talk to them at all. If one did not even have the ability to walk up to them, how could they treat him differently? Okay. Not only will I walk up the stairway to heaven, but I will definitely walk up to you. Di Shitian's black robe fluttered without wind. A strong belief burst out from his body. His belief was unshakable. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, and even the darkness couldn't conceal it. No matter how terrifying the stairway to heaven in front of him was. How could he shrink back? No matter how difficult it was in the past, Di Shitian, had never taken half a step back. Even if the heavens were in front of me, I would punch a hole in the heavens with one punch. The heart of an emperor was fearless. The heart of a man was never retreating. No matter what, Di Shitian never lacked trust in himself and unwavering belief in himself. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, step by step, he steadily stepped onto the stairway to heaven. He landed on the main hall with a heavy rumble, as if the entire hall was shaking under his feet. Bang! His right foot stepped onto the first step of the stairway. In a split second, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. In a single step, he appeared in front of a cliff. His entire body was falling down the cliff at a rapid speed. At the same time, the royal true force in his body, and even the power of the flesh and blood in his demonic body, were all strangely sealed. His entire body suddenly transformed into that of an ordinary person in the mortal world. Without the ability to fly, without the powerful strength to split the sky, the power in his body was equivalent to that of an ordinary strong man in the secular world. Moreover, his whole body appeared in mid-air at the edge of the cliff, falling straight down. Once he fell, he would probably be smashed into meat paste on the spot. Not even a trace of him would be left behind. Not good. Your strength, your physical body, your cultivation, why are they all suddenly sealed? Every step, every scene. This is the most realistic illusion. This is a test. Once you die, you may really fall. Quick, grab the vines. Nether hurriedly shouted. Bang. Although the tyrannical power in Di Shitien's body disappeared, his vision and indomitable mind could not be sealed. He quickly glanced around and saw an old vine that was thicker than his arm. Without thinking, he quickly reached out and grabbed the old vine. Suddenly, the falling momentum stopped. Then, a force of inertia smashed his body heavily against the stone wall of the cliff. There was a muffled groan from his nose. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up. He saw that he was at least 3,000 feet away from the top of the cliff. I, Di Shitien, am a black tiger in the secular world's forest. I have been fighting with the heavens, the earth, and people to get to where I am today. Even if my cultivation and power are all sealed, don't think of defeating me. Even if I have no power, even if I am an ant, I can still climb up. Di Shitien's eyes were firm as he shouted loudly. He reached out and climbed up the old vine. Climb, climb, climb. I want to climb to the top. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 909. Any expert would rather lose their life than choose to lose their power. Losing the power that was above all living beings, power was everything. If he lost his power, he would fall from being a high and mighty expert, an immortal in the eyes of the secular world, to a mortal. He would become an ant-like existence in the eyes of the people. Such a strong contrast was enough to drive an expert crazy on the spot. Even the most powerful expert would have terrible thoughts when faced with such a situation. Who knew how many inner demons would breed in their hearts? Who knows, he might even kill himself. Di Shitien was also an expert who stood at the peak of the world. His strength was sealed and he was transformed into an ordinary person. Such a contrast was not unheard of. However, the moment it appeared, it was immediately suppressed by his unwavering will and completely destroyed. So what if I don't have strength? I'm still me. I'm Sakura. Not to mention being sealed, even if I really lost it, I can still cultivate it back. Even if I'm smashed to pieces, my heart is not afraid, unyielding, and fearless. No one can destroy me. Ordinary people can't climb up a cliff of 3,000 feet. But I can definitely climb up. Di Shitien's faith burned like a fire. He created the Huangji Shocking Book and rose from humble beginnings. He had spent his life in constant battles. He knew that as long as the heart was there, the soul was there. As long as the heart was not disturbed, the spirit would be clear. If the heart is not afraid, even the heavens cannot stop me. I don't have strength, but I have the heart. I'll climb. Di Shitien looked up at the top of the cliff, his eyes shining like fire. He reached out and climbed up along the ancient vines. His two arms supported the weight of his entire body. Such a burden was an indescribable torment for his current body. Beads of sweat constantly seeped out from his forehead. Crazy Di, hold on. This is a scene with every step. Your strength has been completely sealed by the 4 directions heavenly gates. This test is not a test of your cultivation, but a test of your will, a test of your mind. Although this test is dangerous, it is the best time to temper one's will. Once you endure it, your willpower will undergo an unimaginable transformation. Willpower. The advancement of an ancient sky fae was the condensation of willpower. The strength of an ancient fae god was the strength of one's willpower. At the level of an ancient sky fae, one's will determines everything. Nether shouted loudly. Among the ancient giants, the most important factor that determined a person's strength was will. If an ancient giant who had condensed his own will fought against an ancient giant who hadn't condensed his own will, there was no need to think too much. The winner would definitely be the former. If he didn't cultivate his willpower, it would all be for naught in the end. Back in the fringe, Di Shitian had said that the demon god's minions were merely bait and cannon fodder sent out by the demon god. Although they were all overlords of the fringe, none of them had condensed their consciousness. Similarly, Di Shitian had taken the most orthodox path of Fey cultivation. The key to breaking through from the early Skyfey to the middle Skyfey was to condense his own willpower. Once it was condensed, breaking through to the middle Skyfey was a simple matter. Using spiritual essence, various elixirs, and spiritual wine, one could forcefully accumulate true force. Originally, Di Shitian had planned to travel alone to temper his willpower after he was done with various matters. But now, it was an excellent opportunity. This was a trial, but it was also an opportunity. Climb. Climb up. I want to climb to the top. Di Shitian shouted loudly in his heart. His hands alternated as he climbed upwards. Green veins popped out on his arms. Sweat crazily gushed out from the pores of his entire body like rain. Every inch he climbed required a large amount of physical strength. Every inch of his muscles produced an irresistible pain. Waves of intense pain invaded his willpower. On his palms, streaks of blood were rubbed out. Di Shitian's teeth were tightly clenched together, and between the gaps of his teeth, traces of blood could be faintly seen. 10 feet. 20 feet. 10 feet. 50 feet. 100 feet. Drops of sweat seeped through his clothes and dripped down. The intense pain from all over his body rushed to his mind. On his forehead, veins popped out like dragons. I can't stop. No matter how tired I am, I can't stop. No matter how painful it is, I can't stop. I'm Di Shitian, I'm a Fey Emperor. Even if I have to die, I will only die on the way forward. By the time he reached the 2,000 feet mark, the energy in his body was almost completely depleted. If it was an ordinary person, at this moment, he would have fallen down on the spot. But Di Shitian still held on to the ancient vine and roared madly at himself in his mind. His face revealed a ferocious look. Ruthless. A man should be ruthless to himself. Hey, Boss Dong, how long can this kid last? With the strength of an ordinary person, climbing up to 100 feet is already the limit. Look at him now, his strength has been exhausted. Now, let's see how strong his willpower is. Boss Dong, in my opinion, this kid can at least climb up to 3,000 feet. It's hard to say. Look at his temperament, he should be an emperor. As long as he is an emperor, his willpower is far stronger than ordinary people. Maybe he can climb up to 2,000 feet. He may reach the peak. In the 4 gates of heaven on the altar, the consciousnesses intertwined and talked with great interest. Climb. 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 Climb up even if I die. Di Shitian didn't care about the scene outside at all. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to climb up to the peak. Standing on the top of the cliff, he wanted to announce to the whole world that even if he had no strength, he could still break through the limit. I'm Di Shitian, I'm a Fey Emperor. Except for myself, no one can defeat me. Wherever I stand, that's the peak. Di Shitian's eyes were completely covered by the flames of madness. Give up. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as giving up. Within his body, intense pain and terrible fatigue attacked Di Shitian's mind, his consciousness, and his divine will. It was as if they wanted to destroy his will and destroy it. The Tao of the Emperor is to dominate heaven and earth, to control all things, to tread the 4 poles, to control the sun and the moon. The heart of the Emperor is to remain unfazed even if the sky collapses. The Tao of the Emperor is to remain steadfast, unyielding, unbreakable, eternally persistent, destructive, eternal. The Imperial Tyrant Heart Sutra flowed madly in his mind. Every word was like a pearl, and every line contained the supreme truths of the Tao of the Emperor. He recited it over and over again. He was supporting his own consciousness, supporting an unyielding belief. He continued to climb. Even if he died, he would die on the path forward. Bang! With the support of his faith, Di Shitian climbed to the 2,000 feet mark. Finally, the endless exhaustion, as well as the endless pain all over his body, the intense pain, and the terrifying pain, crashed into his consciousness like a tidal wave. In his mind, The sea of consciousness that had been opened was shattered into pieces by the impact. It was completely destroyed. However, the moment it was destroyed, the fragments of his consciousness twisted strangely, turning into mysterious purple gold words. The purple gold words quickly flew and gathered together. It was the complete Imperial Tyrant Heart Sutra. Under the mysterious power, the Imperial runes quickly gathered together. They turned into a round purple gold sphere. As soon as the sphere formed, it rushed into the Yarrow residence. Although the 11th rank Black Lotus in the Yarrow residence could not be used, the purple gold sphere penetrated everything and appeared above the 11th rank Black Lotus. It formed a mysterious connection with the Black Lotus. Shatter the consciousness, and turn it into a will. Haha, crazy Emperor, you finally gave birth to a true supreme will. However, this is only the most primitive will. You still need to temper it, a lot of tempering. Not only was Dark not worried about the collapse of the Sea of Knowledge, but he also laughed. When the consciousness collapsed, it was the best time to fuse with Di Shitian's heart of the Emperor. The fusion gave birth to the Emperor's will. The moment the Emperor's will was formed, Di Shitian felt that the entire world around him seemed to have changed. It became extraordinarily vivid. At a glance, he seemed to be able to see the essence of the world. He saw the rhythm of countless laws. This feeling was very strange. I want to climb to the peak. However, although the will was born, it could not slow down the pain and fatigue of the body. The endless pain and fatigue were still madly attacking the newly born will. Every time the purple gold will collided, countless mysterious imperial runes would burst out. Inside, there were countless sounds of heaven flashing. Every time it blocked the attack of pain, it blocked the temptation of fatigue on the mind. That lump of purple gold willpower would condense a little. The originally football-sized purple gold sphere would gradually shrink. All the pain turned into the best tempering for the will. After a long time, Di Shitian stood proudly at the peak of the cliff. The bones of his hands could be clearly seen. All the flesh and blood had been ground away, leaving only a pair of skeleton-like palms. Countless hideous cracks could be clearly seen on the white bones. His whole body was like a skeleton, and almost all the water in his body had been used up. However, his eyes were still bright, emitting a threatening light. I am me. Even if I have no power, I can still climb to the peak. Crack. Di Shitian stretched out his arm and pointed at the void with a white bone finger. Rumble. The scenery outside and the surrounding cliffs instantly shattered like glass. The scene in front of him changed. When he looked again, he had already reappeared on the stairway to the sky. The power in his body was restored in an instant. There were no wounds on his body. It was as if what he had just experienced was just a dream. His whole body was firmly on the first step of the celestial stairway. Bang! Without any hesitation, he lifted his foot again and stepped on the second step of the celestial stairway. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.